What
What's up,
is
man?
what's the plan? I know that there was the that you were planning on going live on Friday or on Monday,
Right.
and then I heard through the grapevine that had changed.
Yeah,
So
Jordan.
is there going to be a
Um,
reprisal?
I have to reach out to Jordan. I Since the Sunday when he sent me the message via WhatsApp that there's a lot on his plate. He wouldn't be able to schedule the Saturday or the Monday. I told him I could schedule it for the Saturday. So let's say tonight into tomorrow morning, I will reach out to him to see if he's still up for it. If he's up for it to the Saturday, if it's that, we could do it. Cause I have other live. I'm supposed to be live during Saturday somehow or the other. But if he's up for it, we'll do it. If not, I can't. I just shift gears. Meaning, I'll just go to I'll just go to like a do it had happened and just schedule the other one, which would be you within the new week, coming within the coming week. I think if the roster goes as how I said check it should be, because coming out this weekend, I think you and I are going to sit for our checkmate either this Sunday or the Monday, depending which day would be more appropriate.
I understand. Although you are aware that so far as it stands right now,
hmm
TikTok is to be completely shut down by for
Well,
us on Sunday.
it's supposed to, but let's be optimistic. I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
It's so interesting. There are those who
hmm
are resigned to the fact that it's gone, and others who are steadfast in the belief that it will go nowhere.
Yep. So let's see what happens in that aspect. Let's see what happens there. Because I said I'm optimistic that it's not going anywhere. It's not going to be going anywhere, probably, because the latest we got was what? The Supreme Court didn't make a decision when they were supposed to make it last night. They made decisions on other stuff besides that. Too late last night, the Biden government is now trying to how to say mitigate or trying to fix the mess they made, because now that Americans has revolted against them and gone to Red Note, willingly giving them all the information. And now all of a sudden they're realizing, oh, lives are going to be lives, livelihood, and all these things are going to be destroyed. All the time they didn't see that. You were so adamant that you have to change. You didn't care about the people. Now that the people decide, well, okay, you don't want to listen to us. We're going to go elsewhere. And now that they have done that, now you want to fix you want to fix what needs to be fixed. Now you're caring, because the same place you didn't want people to go is the same place they're going. And people posted up their videos showing they're learning Mandarin, they're learning this, which I found was very hilarious. If honestly, Saul, if Meta had revamped or made changes to their original platforms, given us all the stuff that TikTok was doing, yeah, maybe I would resort to monastery, right? Because with TikTok, you have to reach 1,000 followers to go live. Facebook, you could go live with nobody. So that was a plus there, right? If wanted people to do business, which there's no avenue on Facebook or Instagram to do business like what you'll be able to do on TikTok. TikTok actually have a TikTok shop where you could go shopping. So TikTok actually gave people opportunities to be able to cultivate livelihoods and a life, to connect with people all over in real time, far more better. So we have that.
Well, when I was watching the news, it
hmm
came out that ultimately the decision rests with Alien T
Right.
and whether or not he's going to allow TikTok to continue. So I'm just hoping that he allows it. I mean, Alien T. I'm just putting it out there.
No, so it's main thing that's and how ironic AT is here, because just before I clicked the live button, I was now flipping through my other phone, and Polyev is talking. He's talking about all the things he's going to axe and change and whatever. But some of the other Canadians believe that in his legislation or whatever he's going to do when he comes in, if he does get the prime minister position in the elections, he's going to almost do the same thing. He's going to more or less try to push the Canadians to do the same thing that the U.S. government was trying to push Americans to do, where TikTok is concerned.
As far as I understand it, the way I understand it is Polyev is going to definitely pursue making the United States of America the 11th province of Canada.
Okay.
Are you in favor of that, Alien T?
Well, absolutely, because then you guys will have to be, talking about TikTok unaliving in the U.S.
I
Right?
see. I
Yeah.
see. I heard it different. I heard that Canada was actually begging to be the 51st state. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to Lyon, France. If that happens.
oh, wow. You'd rather move to France than become a part of the U.S.?
Actually, maybe Amsterdam or well, I don't know. I kind of like my my healthcare up here, to be honest.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Wow. You have to hit us where it hurts, huh?
Yeah.
Hit
Here
us
is
where
where.
it hurts.
That's the only.
No,
present.
no,
That's the
no.
only
Honestly,
present.
I have been to the healthcare facilities in Canada. Trust me, from what I have seen personally, compared to what I've seen over social media for America, trust me, Canada is kicking America's ass, going and coming. They are. They're legit. Real legit.
Right. And then I've heard like, Cuba, for example, is kicking Canada's ass. So, so I've heard. I've never.
No,
been.
yeah, because a lot of people are going to Cuba to get like operations and these other treatment because it's actually cheaper out there. But how ironic, Cuba is actually outsourcing people. They're not necessarily hiring inwardly. They are actually, if they want doctors, they are sending for doctors outside of Cuba. How ironic. We, as in Trinidad, we sent for nurses from Cuba when we were having troubles with our nurse facilities and like dealing with pay and whatever. Our government decided to stick it out because nurses decided to put all hands down, all tools down, and government said, all right, you're not going to hold us at ransom. They send for a truckload of nurses from Cuba, and everything's smoothing out. When the nurses realized they had no more money coming in from Trinidad, they went back to work. So,
Would you like to announce the breaking news? Cancer child from Tris. In
okay,
the
hold on.
comments.
Wait.
Breaking news, and this is what I've intuitively known.
What is the break? Because I'm seeing. Okay, go back. Where Tris is?
TikTok banned cancer.
Biden said he won't implement it. We know that up to last night, they were saying, that came out, that he's going to try to change it. He's going to try to slow it to not get it banned because all of a sudden they're getting, they're concerned about the livelihoods of millions of Americans who have more or less utilized TikTok to create jobs for themselves, to go into business for themselves, selling stuff. All these things that was said in the beginning, everything going into the ban and throughout the ban, these were the things being said. What changed it? That overnight, Red Note became the most downloadable app, the number one app. That was it. The place that you didn't want information to go to, because Americans rebel and say, well, F you, we're going to give them our information willingly. And overnight, they made Red Note the most downloadable app in the Apple Store and the Play Store. So all of a sudden now they realize they're making it. It's a lot of fault. It's for me is that now that you get catch red-handed, you get caught with your pants down, because the same thing you're fighting and persecuting people and trying to push them, coerce them to go certain places, they didn't go. They didn't go back to Facebook. People willingly showed you that they were deleting Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, or X, whatever you call it, and they were not. Americans revolted. Don't force their hand. You told them they didn't. You shouldn't. You told them. Mm-hmm.
This is our current Boston Tea Party.
Yep.
Americans making it very clear with their actions that they are defiant. It's obvious, I think, to most, that the motivation that was touted by the government is not accurate, is not truthful. So it's not about that. It's the safety, obviously not.
Right.
As far as the motivations for them to reverse it, I don't know. I know that at this point, I don't know. There are voices on both sides. It's going to be, it's not going to be. It's inevitable that it will. It's inevitable that it won't. So I could only sit and watch.
True. Very much true. Very much true. We could just really watch and see what really happens. We know that the new president-elect would like to have his say. It seems as though he's going to have his say, because if it doesn't go nights out come Sunday night and he's inaugurated Monday, he's going to have his say about TikTok. And honestly, when he does, it's going to be a business deal. It's going to have a business deal. It's going to be a business deal between him, right, and the owner of TikTok. So let's see what happens there.
I just want to make one quick comment on this entire thing. And I would like to point out how, I have to admit, the U.S. government has been acting from a place of fear. And this is what they call a what do they call it? The self-prophesizing fear manifests. Because a million people yesterday went over direct from the frying pan into the fire. Just saying.
Yeah. Just to defy them and show them that you cannot control us. And honestly, this is how politics, this is how it's supposed to be with democracy, is that the government works for the people. The people do not work for the government. We put you there, we can take you out. And this is how democracy is supposed to be. Sadly enough, in some countries, it don't ever be that way. It is not that way whatsoever. Right? It's not that way whatsoever. Right?
What's the scoop, Tris? Tris has the inside scoop. She seems to be talking with the officials. What do you know, Tris? Tell us.
She seems to have a bug in the room. Look like she got a call or something.
Yeah, hey Tris and hey Beth. How you guys doing?
Hey Beth.
Hey, Tantra.
Hi, what's up?
Tris, what do you know, Tris? Why don't you give us the scoop?
Apparently the band is starting with being unable to unmute.
Weird.
Turning off all mics. That would be very effective for sure.
And Tantra Child, do you like my new non-Moses photo? Just saying.
No, it looked good, because when I saw it first, is he trying to pull off a Sub-Zero something? It's like, As soon as like, what the hell? I was like, okay. From a distance, it almost looks like something of, okay, she dropped. Weird, odd.
Doctor Strange. Yeah, I like the new photo. It's cool.
Yep.
Beth, what what do you have to say, Beth, about this?
I mean, I don't think it was gonna happen. I don't think they're gonna ban it. I just don't. There's too much money. There's too much privilege.
Okay, Trish said her Wi-Fi sucks. Okay, so she's getting problem with the Wi-Fi. Well, I have something I need to get off my chest. And it is pissing me off beyond a point that, I can burn a lot of things down to the ground and have no conscience, no remorse. It is so effed up. I feel disgusted to be a Hindu. Right? Last night, about, let's say, after 12, midnight, my time. Let's see what comes up here. Jackie wants to come up. All right. I was invited to a live because one of my friends who holds space for those who want to talk about Hinduism, where discussion goes on kind of fairly well. Somebody wanted to find out something about the aspect of where animals are concerned, which I didn't mind doing the discourse on that. I went to the live, and there it was. There were people that are supposed to be Hindus. That was on the live. There were people that were supposed to be of Islamic faith. So they were in a heated debated, and there were people that of the Sikh community. And they want to debate who knew more than the other, who was reading from what scripture, who could have answered questions and all these different things. Now, honestly, watching the debate from outside, the guy who was in the Sikh community, he was on point. He knew scriptures for scripture, he knew verse for verse, and he was cutting their ass, going and coming, because they were scampering, running around like little headless chickens, screaming at the top of their lungs, trying to mute him, whatever. And the moderators who were actually also on the panel were muting the individual at will, trying to more or less muzzle him. They didn't get through until they had to drop him. That in myself was like typical. A lot of Hindus on this app don't know the scripture, don't know their culture whatsoever, and yet they're advocating for Hinduism. Fine. That wasn't the highlight of the night. There was a guy who came in almost around, let's say, 3 o'clock in the morning. This guy was actually of Islamic faith. His parents migrated from Pakistan to Canada. So he was born as a Canadian, right? So there it is, he explains that to them, whatever. They mute him, the two moderators, and I believe one might actually be in my room right now. And at the end of the day, if they get vexed, honestly, I don't care. Because at the end of the day, illiterate children will be illiterate children, right? They mute him to tell him, I don't care where you were born or what you think you will need to say. I have questions that you have to answer. This is like, what? You're so advocating for Hinduism and you have so much knowledge of your so-called faith that you have not quoted one scripture, one iota to justify what the debate was about. But you mute a person who's just stating that he was born, he's of Islamic faith, he was born in Canada and dies there, and you mute him and you're telling him you don't care. But yet you're a Hindu. And it's a repetitive repeat of movements or actions every single day. You go to certain lives on TikTok, certain rooms, it's the same thing. Over and over and over and over again. if they're not bashing the Abrahamic religion, they're bashing the Islamic, they're bashing anybody else. They're antagonizing you and telling you, oh, your children will be Hindus. Fighting or not, your children will become Hindus. 3-4 hours. You're laughing and mocking people about their faith. But the minute someone comes and hits you, more or less pokes you slightly, your thing is your underwear are up on a bunch like you got a wedgie and you can't handle it. But when nobody's around, you and your little groups are more or less bashing people's religion. But yet you are Hindu. Yet you are a Sanatani. Yet you are doing this for Sanatan Dharma. And it pissed me off that I was like, you know what? I hate being a Hindu. I regret being born and being an Indian and being born a Hindu. Because when I thought I had to go against people that was out of my faith, out of my culture, the people that I had to stand up most against was my own kind. Because why? They are illiterate mentally, physically, spiritually, educationally. But yet, you want to hold space. They talk about all the things that the British and everybody else do. If you don't like what the people did, as in colonization and all these different things, then go back to India. Go to India. Stop living in the white man country. Stop eating their food. Stop wearing the clothes, and go back. Go to India. Grow your fruits from the ground. Rear your animals to get milk. Stop having the lattes and the this and the that and all the different nice things. Start doing those things. Stop driving the hybrid cars. Go more or less have a bison, a bull, or a donkey, pull a cart, and that's your vehicle. You're living in a white man country, but you're on an app talking bad about white people. Be it they're from the UK, they're from wherever. And you're talking about, oh, colonization was an indoctrination of changing culture and whatever. But yet when your family come to visit you in your white man country or your home that you live in, you are imposing the white man culture or the more or less what I call the Hollywood mentality and change them. So who was? The people who more or less invaded India, or what you are doing in a free country that will welcome you with your papers to give you a better life? Which one is worse? And I said again, I came very much disgusted because these individuals do not know nothing about their own faith. What I do as Tantra child, they don't do. Right? Because I went up, the person asked me, so I requested, not once, not twice, 4 times. And everybody else comes up on the panel except Tantra child, because you know why? I know who the moderators are. I know them. They had discussions with me and I put them into place. Because if I am on my platform like here and somebody who's of a Muslim faith, Islamic faith, comes and have a discussion with me and I'm talking to that person as I would talk normal to anybody and have dialogue, you do not come up in my room and tell me to drop the person. Oh, he's a this, he's a that, and whatever. Let me make a judge of that. He's in my room. He's on my space. And because you didn't like what I told you, you felt disrespected. Which is more or less I'm telling you, as much you're telling me to do whatever to him, I am telling you, you're in my room, pat down, control yourself. Let me make an assessment. And me and the person had a conversation. He wasn't disrespectful whatsoever. I mean, last night he showed his colors on the live that he was on. He showed that, okay, he's just a person there to make confusion and all the different things. But this is what? I'm ashamed to be a Hindu right now. It's revolting. It's almost like holding vomit in your mouth. That's disgusting. Because I'm looking far and wide to find people who are doing similar stuff that when I don't feel like being Tantra child and I just want to be Ravi, I can go sit down and listen to somebody talk about God, talk about Vishnu, talk about Krishna, besides the Hare Krishnas and them, to discuss the glories of the Upanishads, the Vedas, right? For instance, let's use an old memory. I have a friend, a brother here, who's on my panel, who recited the blood clot, who recited the Gita to me, a verse from the Gita that was meaningful to him, word for word. Yet, if I go to any of my Indian brothers, Tantra, I do not know. They don't know their own scripture. They don't know. You ask them what aspect of Hinduism. Oh, we don't prescribe to sections, but there are sectors to different to Hinduism. There are sectors and subsectors. Vaishnavism is more or less sattvic nature. A subsector to Vaishnavism would be Hare Krishna, that aspect of Hare Krishna. Those who are more or less following in the Krishna movement. They don't know that. They're pushing a particular narrative and they don't know that they're pushing a narrative. But yet they are Hindus and they have all these great names. And all the thing was, Namaskar, Namas this, Vanakam, this na Sitaram, Ram Ram. And you do not know nothing. It's the same thing. You're sitting. Your mind is rotting away day by day. And still, you preach nothing of God. So I just you know what? I had enough. I really had enough. I had promised myself I would never revolt against my own brothers and sisters. I had promised myself I would never step out of line. But I had enough. I totally had enough. Really, really, really had enough. And it's pissing me the hell off.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
You remind me of a good friend that I had. He was Indian, he was Hindu, and he always told me, which I could never understand. He was like, listen, he was actually my employee, to be honest. And he was like, listen, I don't like to deal with my people. Don't ever, ever, ever make me deal with my people. And I never understood that. I was like, why? He was like, you don't understand. You don't understand. I was like, okay. So I really, I mean, he told me certain things that I'm not going to get into, but I never went into details. But I'm sure he had his reasons for telling me that. And I respected that. And that didn't affect our friendship. And so I understand where you're coming from, but let me tell you one thing, Tantra. You know the truth, right? You know your own truth. You know your own belief. Don't let anything, I mean, I'm Catholic, okay? You know what the Catholic Church has done. You know very well what the Catholic Church and its reputation is.
True.
So it does not. I still walk into a Catholic church till this day, and I feel God. I feel my Creator. I do not allow anything that has happened in the history of the world to affect my connection with my Creator and that feeling that I have when I walk into my church. And when and I'm not well versed at all. I'm not in the Bible or anything like that. I am not. I can't say I have that knowledge of the Bible. So, but I do know I have that connection with the Creator and with Joshua. Okay. And that's all that matters to me. At the end of the day, I really don't give a shit what anybody else says, what anybody else thinks, what anybody else talks about. Whether since now we've gotten into technology with with Facebook, Instagram, and now TikTok. It's something that we interconnect more, and we see things more clearly. How people are such hypocrites, right? They're such hypocrites. They really are.
Right.
But we've always known that. But now we see it. We see it more clearly, and we see it more, right? But just don't let that get to you. I know It will from time to time because it's normal. We are humans. We do feel. I mean, we're not made out of stone, you
Mm.
know? And so allow yourself to feel that way. But don't let it, don't dwell on it. Don't get stuck in it. Pass it on. I mean, it was good that you felt that because you allowed it to feel that and it will actually transform you. You know, it will transform you to a different, I have to say the word reality, and it will actually
Mm-hmm.
probably route you in another way in your mental thinking, in your mental thinking. And that's good because every experience is for a reason. If you had that experience last night in that live, it was for a reason, okay? It will probably change the way you proceed from now forward in your lives or in your life, personal life, or so forth. And that's all I have to say, my darling. Love you.
Thank you so very much. You know, I've been seeing it for the longest while, but typically, you always get people the benefit of the doubt. You always said, okay, people would learn, people would evolve, they would change. And you get to realize that they're stuck in their ways. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. Right? It's not going to happen. And it's pitiful. It's sickening that, I have sat with some of these individuals who have come to me to seek knowledge, to seek LNT.
Oh, that was, I can wait until you're.
No, go ahead.
All right. So here we go. Tantra Child. Those emotions you're feeling, those are guides. I want you to look at them as guides. And three things will happen. Number one, you can suppress them and just ignore them. And then that'll cause you bodily harm
Right.
over time. Number two, you can dishonor your own set of standards and allow it to be considered as okay in your world.
Right.
And number three, my favorite, you could be the change in the world you wish to see. This is an opportunity. This is telling you the world needs to understand scripture better, and who better to teach it than Tantra Chal? That would motivate me, my friend.
At this point, I hear what you're saying. Don't worry. Don't get me wrong. For those who know me personally, is like when I'm in this zone, it's like, okay, allow him to vent. My sister who lives in Canada, who's in Burlington, will know me more than anyone. She was like, okay, allow him to vent, allow him to get it out. It's up in it's actually in his chest diaphragm. Let him get out of his chest and give him time to breathe. Once he gets it out, if he goes back to where he is. He goes back to who he used to normally be. And honestly, out of the three options you just gave there, number three is always going to be priority. I always more or less take myself out of the equation, and it's like, at the end of the day, I have a duty to do, and I will fulfill my duty. So me coming up tonight like this, unexpectedly, just so, it was to vent, get it out of my system. Honestly, get it out of my system. Because after I do this live, I am going to go into my phone, and the individuals that I know that are friends with me that holds these spaces are going to be blocked. Now, because I'm not going to keep them as some sort of motivation to be able to do what I do. I don't need that. The people that come and sit and ask me questions and try to more or less pick my brain and ask me all about the Vedas and the Puranas, those are my motivations. So those people are going to know. So it's me venting. Honestly, I could go back to a place that I once were, where it was a dark place, but yet it was a place that I was cold and calculated. I would have gone into the life, get into the life somewhere, and I would have ripped them into shreds, one by one, and have no remorse. I did not care. It would have been a Hindu versus Hindus, and I would have ripped them to shreds. But again, it doesn't serve a purpose. It because why? If I did that, if it's the word that you just put there, let's read them all. But then again, it would have shattered and destroyed Tantra Child. Ravi would survive, but the image that I have created, the thing that I've created with Tantra Child when concerned, would have been damaged. It would have been hurt, and that is more precious to me at this point in time. The space that Tantra Child holds with a lot of people, the respect that he has garnered from a lot of people, not just within TikTok, but other platforms, not within just the Caribbean, but other countries. I would have more or less gambled that, and I'm not about to gamble that. So I'd rather come and vent about it, be pissed about it, show my emotions, not to more or less to, churn any sort of emotions from people and get them to, oh, he really cares. No. It's to know how much disappointed I am, and I am going to use this as fuel to do what I have to do. I'm going to do what I need to do and all I have to do, and to hell with everybody else. If you guys don't want to talk about Hinduism or don't want to talk about other faiths, yeah, I'm pissed off about other faiths. Every 2 slides I go on TikTok, you always see people of the LGBTQ people are being persecuted. Right? Oh, God doesn't like you. Oh, God sent me to do this, to talk about this. God sent me to talk about that. Bullshit. Let the people live. If you want to change their life, invite them to church. Let them experience God in that aspect of a church environment. That love and that passion. Let them feel if there's something to be felt. Do not tell them that the choice they have made is not of Christ. And God has sent me here to tell you the truth. You want people to convert. You want people to change their life for whatever reason. But yet you're telling them that the God that they need to go to disapproves of their life. Let them feel that in their own conscience, that I made a choice that I was not supposed to, if it comes to that. And if they don't, let them live. Let them live. They're not robbing people. They're not persecuting people. Yes, we know in every different so-called groups, you have the eccentric ones. You have those who step out of line. And that's both of people of different orientation who have identified, and even straight people. Straight people, so it's different, and it's appalling when LGBTQ people do it. But if a straight people do something that is heinous, like a crime, you don't bat an eye. But because an LGBTQ people who has rainbow hair and this and that, oh, that is not God-like, that's that, whatever. Okay. It is unethical for people to walk down the road partially naked or bare. But it's perfectly okay to have beaches with people butt naked. Make it make sense for me, for whatever reason. Make it make sense.
It's called indoctrination, and that judgment comes from only Leviticus and Paul. The irony is that Christians need Christ for real, because they don't know his teachings.
They take so much of the Bible, which I have. I have a New King James Version. I have a Bible. I've been to church since the age of 10. I've been to many different churches. I've sat down with Jehovah's Witness, Pentecostal, Anglican, Catholic. I like Catholics most because, honestly, I like the whole concept of exorcism. I just like that plenty. But I have sat with many people. I mean, for instance, I just ripped AT that he looks like Moses from Ten Commandments with Charlton Heston. I do have that 10 Commandments on my hard drive. I have Kings of Kings. I have Jesus of Nazareth. I have The Passion of Christ. I have these particular movies because I grew up watching them for Easter. I grew up watching these movies, and I have them because they bring back memories of my childhood. I know my way around the Bible. I do follow certain pastors. Right? In the 90s, we had something called Fresh Fire. So through that network, we learned about Benny Hinn, Ron Canoli, We learned about BB&CC Winans. We learned about all right. I already accommodated ANT. All right, but I learned about Rod Parsley and all these and T.G. Jakes and all of them. These pastors we learned about. John Hagee and all these other great pastors or priests or whatever you want to call them from America. And I have followed some of their sermon. I have downloaded some of their sermon because it was profound. Because within it, I found information and knowledge that I wanted to have. So when a Christian, self-righteous individual comes up and want to be preaching and shouting scriptures, okay, let's go down that road. Let's go down that road. And the most simplest one is the easiest. When I have a discussion with someone, I don't ask them where Christ was between age of 12 and 32. I don't go down that road. I'm not going to ask you about, well, you know, who was the they when Cain told God that they will kill me, and God said, I'm going to brand you. So who was the they? And then eventually, who was his wife? If there were only 3 people when Abel had died, where did they came from, and where did his wife come from? That's me. I just always ask them, is God capable of creating evil? And they always go and said, no, God is not capable of evil. He's loving, caring, sweet. Okay, cool. I don't even ask them about Job, what he did with Job, which I find was twisted and perverted. And you gamble, one of your most, you're one of your most prized possession of a devotee or someone who loved you and praised you. You put him through something, and you gave him, even though you gave him a second life, a second wife and children, but he didn't love the first one. He didn't like the first set. So you just think by giving him extras and giving him more, and a second runner would have been better. Supposing he was more connected to the first wife, the first set of daughters, or whatever he had. What are you doing? But we don't go there. And they say God is not capable of evil. I'm like, okay, all right. So I was like, do you know your Bible? Yeah, the Old Testament, yes. Go to the story of Saul and David. There's a part in that story when David is trying to administer, right, to Saul, and Saul is not having it. It states that out of God went an evil spirit and consumed, right? Out of God went an evil spirit and consumed Saul. And when that happened, Saul tried to kill David by hurling a javelin and spears towards him. But yet David didn't break. He maintained that I was under Saul and I was still going to serve. Right? How ironic. When you hit them that, they get quiet. I say, God did say in the Old Testament, I create light and darkness, good and evil. They just get quiet. They just shut up. So I was like, all this you're coming around with, if you don't know those basic scriptures or that aspect of the Old Testament, then something is wrong. Then again, we don't deal with the Old Testament, we deal with the New Testament. What's the sense? If you only deal with the New Testament, then rip the New Testament out of the whole Bible and just deal with that. But the Old Testament is there. Right? It's amazing how they interpret and reinterpret and do all manner of stuff when it comes to when they're back against the wall and they can't answer you. It's amazing how they change. They move the goalposts conveniently to suit their narrative. Because when they realize the noose is being pulled tight and someone catch them off guard, they will change. They modify. They move. They slither. Right? You go back to the Garden of Eden. If God did not want people, did not want Adam and Eve to eat of a tree, then it was simple. Go put the tree where they cannot find it. Hide it from them. But you told them not to eat from the tree, and what they did. What was it? They commit a crime, and the rest of the world pays the price, which is twisted. ALNT, can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
could I commit a crime by thieving people's fruit in Trinidad or this, something, shoplifting in Trinidad? Would that affect you in Canada?
I don't think so. No.
All right, right.
Right.
With the doctrines of my Hinduism, by you not conforming to Hinduism, even though you like the stories, whatever, by you not conforming to be a Hindu, does that affect your life in any form or fashion that more or less will cause you harm, discomfort in your life?
I not suggesting it would cause harm or discomfort. It would have a ripple effect. Depends how
No.
how big
Meaning,
the egregore will
no,
grow.
meaning up to that point, you come to me and say, I come to you and I tell you about the aspect of Hinduism. But you just don't accept it. You're just like, okay, I'm okay with the stories, but I'm content being alien T.
Yeah,
Yes,
in that sense, no, it would affect only you.
Right.
And if you rely on others to think the same way as you, then it would have an effect on you, but not me.
Right.
And I think Saul would be great to ask anything about the Bible because unless I'm mistaken, I think Saul wrote it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
dear.
know he was
Oh,
good.
dear.
Anything else? Look, Saul, before you go down, sir, there's a reason I didn't pick Saul, and I don't because why? Saul and I are going to sit on a topic, and I don't want to, put any hiccups or any hindrances towards that particular live, because him and I are going to sit on a live and have a discussion. But continue, so go ahead.
Can I
Oh,
add
no,
something?
I look forward to it.
I'm sorry.
I have to go right now, but
Go
I
ahead.
miss you guys. I miss talking with everybody.
Yeah, do your thing.
I
But
will
thanks for
be-
coming up.
Yeah, thanks. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yep.
I was joking, but he does know
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah, I know, sir. Jackie, go ahead. Say what you want to ask. What I think he was going to ask a question or say something.
Yes, I'm going to ask a question that I really haven't researched it, but I did hear in another discussion
Right.
that God, and forgive me for I do not know the names or the details,
Right.
but I could tell you the gist of the story, where God, the Creator, had a son, okay, and the son created Adam and Eve.
Right.
And the son, when the son created, this is the Creator's son, and we're not talking about Joshua. This is the Creator's son, and when he created Adam and Eve, he created them wrong. He did not create them perfect. He created them imperfect,
Right.
and that is the reason why Adam and Eve sinned. Well, Eve. Well,
Right.
actually, and then they say that Adam, Adam was alone, so the Creator had to give him different animals to have intercourse with, and then finally created Eve, and then Eve wasn't created appropriately, wasn't created perfectly. So the creation, the imperfect creation of Adam and Eve really comes from supposedly the son of the Creator. Have you ever heard of this theory, of this aspect?
Yeah, I heard a lot of different theories. I have come across a lot of individuals stating that, the God of the Bible was not just one, it's a few. And we could go back to where, like, these individuals like Billy Carson with the Anunnaki and all the different things, into all what he goes into. And I think right now, there's a lot of videos going around where a debate or an interview went down where Billy was on a podcast and Wesley Huff was there. And Wesley actually debunked Billy, which he didn't like. And right now, Billy is trying to sue the content creator, the host of the podcast, and Wes for saying that they lured him into a trap. It was a trap. And Wes was looking at things from the internet. He is pulling stuff down. He was looking at his tablet, blah, blah, blah. So far, from what I saw, and I saw like half of the interview, Wes was legit. Wes went, he showed them the Bible. He showed them all the manuscripts that he was talking and showed them, okay, the things you're speaking of from these manuscripts does not exist. But even Wes got some things wrong. And there were other scholars who actually debunked him too. There's a guy on TikTok called I think it's Dan McCullen or something like that. He's a scholar about faith and whatever, and they just dissect everything. The Bible, different faiths, the way things were translated, and they try to go into the point of understanding the language, or how people would have communicated in that way, how words would have been used in that particular way for us in modern day to understand. It's just not how it's presented. You have to more or less you have to read between the lines. And I think this is when, as Alien T mentioned, Leviticus and all the different rules inside there that was given. These rules, though some are substantial in some extent, not all, a lot of them is thrown out of proportion because people of modern day cannot understand the language or the communication skills of how these things were written then. Because why? Modern days, the words that we use today to explain certain things is not that was used back then. It was not used back then. The culture back then was much different to what we have now. So a lot of people are more or less trying to more or less take what is face value of what they read and run with it, not understanding the history, not understanding how life was then, how it was governed, how it was done. And this is where there's a lot of misconceptions with Leviticus. Because why? You want to talk about things that is supposed to be abomination. Okay, fine. The Bible talks about eating shellfish. Don't a lot of people eat shellfish? I like shrimp. I love lobster. When I go, the only place I actually eat lobster is when I go to Canada. I buy lobster there when I go. I'm a shrimp junkie. So in Antigua, know these places I'm going to call Mandarin. When I go Mandarin, I just clear off the shrimp tray with the fried shrimp. I just clear it off. Right? So you have, what was that?
Mandarin.
Yeah, Mandarin. So it has that. They talk about wearing clothes with different weaves of threads. Cotton. Don't wear different things. All right? Don't wear clothes that has different like cotton and silk and linen or these mixed threads. There's a lot of stuff like you're not gonna concentrate on those things, right? But those are things on Leviticus too. All right. Let's look at
Please say something.
Go ahead.
Please, Tantra Chow. I was born. My grandmother was Roman Catholic,
Mm-hmm.
and I always asked her when I was young, "Why in your religion is there not the name Christ?"
Mm-hmm.
And that's not by what is a Catholic? What is a Roman Catholic? And
Right.
my whole thing is, as a child, I understood what Christ taught, but I did not hear it from my fellow, quote, at the time, Christians.
Right.
I left religion because I saw what Christ saw. Back then, he said to the Pharisees, he said, "You clean the outside of the cup, but inside is," you know what I mean?
I know that story. I know that exact story. I know where you come from. I know it.
He also said, "Don't be concerned about what goes into your mouth. Worry about what comes out of it."
Yeah, true. So
He was ascending. He was ascending. He was there for, I'm going to call it, it may offend some people, but
go ahead.
he was there for, quote, the lost sheep of Israel.
Right. No, you're correct. Right. So, and I love that you went there.
For what they mean. I
Right.
do not subscribe to the Old Testament. This is why I do not like it when you call me Moses, because Moses did not get the bread from heaven. I'll mute.
All right, cool. I love, but I love that you went there. Thank you for going there, my brother, because you actually helped me to get to the other point I wanted to get. So you actually helped me to lay the foundation to go to there. So this is what, right? So we have everything. So I was going to the part where, in the New Testament, where the demons had more or less possessed a man, and Christ cast them out, and they went into the swines, and the swines, right, committed suicide in that aspect because they praised God and so everything, and they went over the cliff and into the ocean. And for some, a lot of people will say, "Oh, we are not supposed to eat. The people are not supposed to eat pork." Those are of different aspects of it. But they will say, many will say that when Christ came, he changed different thing because he ended the old covenant that was with Moses, and he created, when he died, the new covenant was created and laws was changed, right? God, and many people start to say that, Christ didn't do that. Christ said he didn't come to change the prophecies or change the laws, but for more or less fulfill the prophecies and whatever, meaning he's come.
He was talking about the laws of physics, the principles.
Right. So with that principle in mind, if he came and let's say he enacted a new covenant, which means, bear with me people here, would not the laws and everything that is given in Leviticus would more or less go belly up, would have been removed? Because he would have changed it, which would mean everything is more or less inclusive. Because remember, he said on the Mount of Olives that when he was asked, you talked about saving and, wanting to save people, but I see you sit with tax collectors, prostitutes, and all the different things. He turned around and told the guy that, the healthy have no need of a physician, the sick do. So you have that in nature. So what is get me up to that point is that, how is it? All right, hold 1 second, people. I'm trying to fix something here.
The puzzle piece.
Yeah, that piece of crap. Yeah, I got you. Thank you. So yeah, why is it that when people are trying to push their narratives, if it is not according to their narrative, they don't use it. They change it. Oh, that makes no sense. That that was misinterpreted. Blah 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 blah. But once it goes towards their narrative, and they use it to more or less to beef up whatever they're talking about. Now, if it goes for one, it goes for the other. So if Christ more or less changed the covenant of Moses, cherry picking, it's called cherry picking, then the book of Leviticus goes out the door. Because if he changed it, then everything is accepted under the sun. Everything except the poor thing. All right? But again, what pisses me off, and sometimes not really pisses me off, disappoints me, and sometimes I just laugh, is that every single year around different seasons, let's say Easter, let's say Christmas, there are the different avenues or facets or whatever of Christianity. They come out and they're in grows to, Christ did not, was, the time for his resurrection, blah, blah, blah. Easter is wrong. And, Easter tied to that is it's a pagan this and whatever. And then for Christmas, go on there, Christmas trees and this, that, and, all the different things. That was not of Christ. The 25th is not his birthday because he was born in a time where the shepherds was out in the field, right? And it cannot be 25th. My thing is they're thinking that, okay, maybe someone can answer me this because I never checked it out. The area that Christ was born, does that area have snow? Do they have cold temperatures to the point that shepherds and sheep cannot come outside? Could someone enlighten me? The area of Bethlehem and all the place that Christ was said to be born, does that area have winter?
Yeah, I would say no.
Right. So then again. So if they don't have, like we don't have winter, I don't have winter. So if I was a person that was rearing animals, I could be outside in December 25th with my animals outside because we don't have winter. If it's a place that has winter, you're not going to find me outside. You're going to find me they're going to be locked away somewhere. So these are the simple things that people look. Does that area have winter like how certain places are? Because of their geographical position, they don't. They may not necessarily have. So this is what also people look and they be like, oh, Christmas trees this and whatever. I was like, oh geez, why? And it's not just in Christianity. You'll get that in Hinduism, because why? For Ganesh Utsav, which is known as Ganesh Chaturthi, it's 10 days in September. I think it's August or September, or actually in September, depending on how it falls in the Hindu calendar, that is dedicated to Lord Ganesh, or even Diwali, right? Diwali Pavali, which is going to be this year, October the 20th, that's a Monday. You have Christians in Trinidad, the young ones, not the older ones. Because the older ones decided, okay, we live in a multi-religious country that we try to live with everyone. We try to respect everyone. But the young bucks, the young puppies and them, the young puppies who now coming up, who love to make their voice be heard, will come up and say something like, oh, this is that, and the next, and all the different things. You know, demon worship, demonize, and all the different things they have to say. And what does happen? Because of more or less social media, people are now able to go and find you. Find your place of worship, your church. Find your pastor. Find your pastor home. Find whatever business you have on social media, photography, or whatever it is you're doing, your catering, and expose all of that to the world, to where they can more or less blacklist you or blackball you, that no one goes to your premises, no one goes to your place of work to hire you from anything. Because why? You are being disrespectful. Because you believe you're standing up. Your grandfather didn't do it, your father, your mother, nobody. Your pastor not even doing it. If he does, he's talking about it within his confinement of a church or where you worship. But he's not going on social media and stating that it is, demonized. Like there's a young girl that her videos was, I think sometime last year, she came up talking about yoga is demonic. All the yogic practices, whatever. And all of a sudden, she video pops up because why? She knows that TikTok is supposed to be going bye-bye. So she comes back up to post that all these different things. And just because the Kundalini is more or less referred to as a snake in aspect, the energy is referred to as a snake. You tie that to the snake of Eden, who deceived Christ. This is me. What the hell? How do you reach there? How in aspect? So every single snake is dangerous. Every single snake is dangerous. A boa constrictor, a rat snake, all these things are dangerous, right? Every single thing. How do you come to that conclusion? And do they study? Do they read? Do they understand? No. They just see the Bible says X and they run. Right? Same thing with Hinduism. It have people that more or less read one line, one scripture, and they run 100 miles per hour. And when you're doing that, what do? You're bringing about misconception, miseducation. You're creating animosity with people who are so-called self-righteous, who want to stand up. I am for God, I am for God, I am for God, whatever faith you might be. And you're more or less gassing them to get into that zone of, anything that you speak is more or less knowledge. And whatever you say is wrong right down to the end. And they're going to fight it and persecute it down to the end. To where more or less it becomes violent. You see acts of violence. Okay, I'm a Hindu. People, Christians, persecute my religion every day. Since I was a child to now, they still persecute it. Does that give me the right to go in a church and vandalize it? There are temples. And I'll tell you something here. I think last time I talked about the vandalized Murti of Makali. Let me tell you one that happened. Was it last year? The beginning of last year, I think. I think it's the beginning of last year, where people went and vandalized a temple. They took the money that was gathered out of donations because they broke into the little office that the priest had. They took the utensils that the people had, the little pots and pans. They would make coffee or make a little something when people come to do their worship. When the pundit and whoever is doing their whatever, the older folks, the women, and would make a little something, a little whatever for a meal to give people when they finish. There were people that went in there and walked with tins of corned beef Because remember, Hindus not supposed to eat beef, so not all, but some majority of them don't eat beef. Right? Take corned beef and fry up the corned beef in the people's utensils that they will make parasad or prasadam, the sweet, all the things to offer to the gods and them, all the deities. They cook corned beef there and they left it as it is. I mean, again, they vandalized, they don't have to take up after themselves. They left it so that you know. They left the tin and everything that they know. We cook corned beef in all your pot, in all your temple and in the utensils. That's how bad it is. Did that trigger me to go vandalize a temple? Does that trigger me to go persecute a Christian? To do things that is not human-like? No, I didn't. What did I do? I became Tantra child. But yet these are acts that are going to happen out there. And when people who are not educated enough to understand that their words and their actions mixed with their emotions have power to cultivate negative and positive energies within other people, or to trigger them to create, to more or less cultivate or do acts of violence. Because when somebody does something, it's like, I didn't do that, I didn't tell them. But your words impact them to that they reach that point, that they took it. They looked at a human as a person of our enemy. That's the enemy. Whatever he does in Hinduism, that's demon, and we're against demons. Right? Why? Why is that? Why is you don't ever see people from the other faiths persecute the Christian faith? Why? But it's always them that love to persecute. They always have questions. Why we don't eat beef? Why we don't do this? Why we don't do that? But when you ask them, about their book and their faith, and I'm not talking about all Christians, right? There's some, the so-called self-righteous ones, who have no brain cells between their temples, and believe, for God's sake, that their book is the Alpha and the Omega. And when you try to tell them that their book is flawed in certain parts, there it is. They don't want to hear it. That's the word. The word is God, and the word is that. And they repeat for you the words of the New Testament. Right? That in the beginning, God created the word, and the word became God, and all the different things, whatever. But when you try to show them, it's flawed. It is flawed. And
Can
when
I say
people
something?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I remember a time where I could just walk up into a church at any time and the doors would be open. And I could go in and pray.
Right.
It's not like that. It hasn't been like that in so many years. So every religion will persecute other religions.
Yeah.
It's a reality that we live in now in this world. We've always actually lived in it. Throughout the centuries, right? The greatest wars have been always started either by religion, owning property as
Right.
far as territory, right? So, and I just wanted to say one thing. Somebody told me once, a very long time ago, in my early youth, and that was the greatest advice I've ever had in my life. And and to this day, I see it, and I see it even more. He was like, Jackie, you're gonna learn. He was older than me. You're gonna learn that in this lifetime, you're gonna find that the majority of people are more don't have common sense, and that they don't have common sense, and they live in ignorance. That's the majority of people that you're gonna run into.
Right.
There's very few people in this world that have common sense.
Hmm.
Yeah. So that's really all I wanted to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Hi, Avita. Good night, ma'am. How are you?
Good night, all. Greetings, solid love and respect.
Hi,
I'm
Avita.
well.
All right. So just to kind of like bring you up to date to what we were discussing, because what I'm going to tell you, you and I would share same values because even your aspect of faith goes through this persecution. So we were talking about persecutions of people's faith from other faiths, as in the Abrahamic or the Islamic, where their doctrines will say that ours, like yours and mine, are demonized, and we work with demons and whoever. Where is it? No, I was going to do that, but never mind. Yeah, where I was going to do that. So yeah, all right. So it looked like she got a call. So for those who don't know Avita much, I found Avita on TikTok. She's actually a Trinidadian just like me. But she is of the Orisha faith, or what some people may call Santeria, dealing with the African aspect of worship or pantheons, which is like Chango, Ushun, Oya, Yamaye, Obatala, and so forth. There are two, from what I had learned from a friend. There were two different.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I got a call there. Sorry.
All right. So I was just bringing up to tell us about you, that you're of the Orisha faith, which is sometimes known as Santeria, and there are two aspects of it, two sides, which is the Icheche and the Lukumi. So bringing you up to speed is that where people will say our worship is demonized, and because the things that we deal are not of what they deal with, because their books say that is a particular way.
But
right?
I just talk to all right answer.
No. So I just kind of bring you up to speed on it, and then I want you to give your 2 cents on your experiences and your knowledge on this. So, people would more or less take jabs at your faith because you guys lean to the ancestors. We in Hinduism lean that, whereas the Pitris and so forth, you guys will more or less pay a lot of respects also to the ancestors, the older heads, the elders who passed by, who was there before, and so forth. But again, our worship, as in yours and mine, are considered to be demonized because why? It's not given or written or mentioned in a particular book for certain people, of a certain faith or whatever. And sadly that it comes down to one. But besides that, which we could digress, because whatever people fear and don't understand, they will more or less try to, suppress it or destroy it. Yeah. What is even more disheartening is that people within our own faith, just like the Christians will get it, just like the Muslims will get it, and even those of Orisha and those of Hindus, there are people within their own faith will try to more or less pull down what we call in Trinidad the crab and barrel mentality. As the crab tries to come out, there's one or two crabs holding them in, and it pulls them back down because they themselves trying to get out too. Where people of your own faith tends to more or less persecute you and say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this and that. And, they try to find flaws and all these just different problems to disprove whatever. And you yourself have gone through that when I came across you, because the videos that you were doing that I found was very much profound. And is that what was very much sweet for me in this nature is that a woman was standing up and letting her voice be heard. That she wasn't going to allow man to dominate it. She was going to let her voice be heard and stand up. And that for me was very profound. And you were doing that. And I loved the way that you did yourself. And yeah, you came under scrutiny by a lot of people, because I went through some of your videos and I read the comments where a lot of people didn't like what you were doing and didn't like what you were saying and how you said, because why? You were a woman. Because remember, certain doctrines again, and this is actually in Hinduism too, not just in Christianity. Christianity talks about a woman should be silent, as her, should be silent in a nature where if a male is going forward to be a priest or whatever, you have that. There are doctrines that talks about the same thing for Hinduism, which a lot of Hindus will not accept or say they don't know, because they will not say that is a lie because that doesn't happen. It's there. There are doctrines that suppresses a woman. And there are some that more allows it. But again, it's who who reads what doctrines and how much they're educated in it. So what I want for you, my dear, is give 1, 2 little examples that you have experienced from your side, from your faith, and your knowledge of it.
All right. So I'll start off by saying that the problem with all structure of cultures of spiritual practices, which is identified as religion, in whatever aspect, whether it be Hinduism, spiritual Baptist, Rishya Baptist, Buddhism, whatever order, they were basically structured not only by spiritual divination and appointed spiritual birthright persons, but also by man, so by their structure and order of things. Because I believe in all, you may see some types of flaws in it, especially when it wants to conform and control, which some of them do have in it. I've observed it in detail, in little different statements and structures. You could see where there was God, spirit, and also man conclusion and man decision that was also included there. Now, on the overall, I think the religions that are able to perform the most heightened of magical outcomes by altering the physical and spiritual to alter things to their will, which will be Hinduism, African, Yoruba, Lukimi, Orisha order, Wiccans, anything under that magical order, because that and all will fall in it, they are demonized. Why? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to colonizers and persons who want to control and fear what they cannot control. Remember, power is something that gives dominance over the dictation of man that doesn't have it. So it doesn't matter the religion, once it keeps powerful capabilities, which is magic, because even under the Wiccans and the whites, they were prosecuted, and some were even prosecuted just for looking beautiful, and half of them who were prosecuted was not even magical persons, but they were just able to be victimized and called a witch and were hanged. The African order, because they wanted to enslave the persons, and then they being able with the magical practice that they had in their roots, that when they turned to it for salvation and deliverance, the masters and them would have been experiencing things that they could not explain, and through investigation they realized what it was. They banned it and assembled bodies and murdered to ensure that it wasn't practiced, and introduce a religion where they would be the dictators and control. Hinduism would be demonized. Why? Because when they took the Indians, they were so dedicated in their faith, they decided to kill themselves rather than to be taken slaves. And also when they tried to take over part of India, obviously with the people's rich culture of spiritual prayer and devotion, they was able to conquer and destroy. So again, same thing with Haiti, same thing with Jamaica when they abolished slavery. Anything under spiritual power and capabilities to alter this physical world to the will of the person who dwell in it and practice in it. A man who does not understand it or have power over it, but have power and authority and money, would always want to suppress it, destroy it, and victimize and demonize it. And this is where it stems from, and nobody, well, some persons may not pay attention to that, right? And yes, it comes a lot from the Christian order because they demonize everything. Buddhism doesn't. They're all about enlightenment, the highest vibration, however high aspect they could reach, right? Hinduism do the thing, the Orisha Africans do the thing, the Wiccans do the thing, but the Christians demonizes everybody. While at the end of the day, these divine cherubims and seraphims descriptions are very close identical in the descriptions of that of the Hindu gods with the multiple heads and hands. But they will throw it aside and interpret angels to only look like man but with wings, which is very far from the truth, right? So now, I just wanted to throw that out there. Don't forget everything I was discussing. Now, back to me now. In my order, what I've experienced is that as time goes on, things change. So what happened, there's a lot of persons that under our order, I'm not sure they'll be familiar with it, there's procedures and things that you would get ordained by in spirit, and then you would put the practice in the physical. So there's mourning, there's baptism, etc. Now, with the old roots long time, a lot of it has been washed down now, and a lot of persons are with fake identifications. So they are under a lot of folly. And because of the folly, it becomes the new popular thing that a lot of persons are staying silent who knows the old and true order and making this new puppy show the new structure. So I just decided to express it, and they didn't like that. But plus not the fact that I'm a female, but the fact that I'm highlighting them. Because I'm speaking the truth, and there was, as much as I thought that my whole comments was going to be attacks. 90% of it were persons who were agreeing and were wondering if they were going mad because they knew it to be the other way that I speak about. And then there were the 10% who tried to come in all kind of angles to attack me, which I didn't back down because I know what I'm saying is the truth and it comes from the roots, which goes deep to the earth. And it's not from the shallow imagination of man and this puppy show and carnival that they're having now. So when you try to stand for something that is the truth and people are the majority going with the folly and the game and the entertainment, you would find you're going to be attacked. You would find you're not going to be accepted more than the ones who truly know that what you're saying is the truth. But you have to stand in your power nevertheless, because at the end of the day, it's either you stand for something or you fall for anything. And it's either the solution or you are the problem. And I would go down being the solution. And I don't care. They could like me, they could don't like me. I'm not here for man's approval, but God's approval. And to those I could give insight that may guide them and direct them if they see what I discuss and describe for them is food, so that they could pull themselves from being fooled or used or hurt, that I have successfully done what I am and was to do. Yeah? So that's basically what I could contribute on my personal experiences. Now with you, Tantra, they don't like you because why? You would come out with things that are deeper than what they would display. And especially under the Hindu order, everything is, your pride, your image. So when you bring in things that would highlight them, they would want to cut your throat. Yeah, but at the end of the day, they can't, they might want to physically cut your throat because of how they feel. But when it comes to the facts, and when it comes to the scriptures, or when it comes to the logics of what you would hit them, they can't debate you on the one-on-one. They could only debate you on the threat and the anger and the ignorance. But okay, anger and ignorance, let's put that aside. Where am I wrong? Show me where I am wrong. That is always come down to. Show me where I am wrong.
No, point taken. And the discussion earlier started, which was roughly about an hour ago, started, where I told people that I felt disgusted to be a Hindu. I felt very much disgusted to be a Hindu because why? I went to a live after 12 midnight, whatever, sometime the early hours this morning, right? And there were people of different aspects. It was supposed to be a Hindu life. So there were people that were supposed to be Hindus, people that were sick from that Sikh aspect of Hinduism, and it had people that were from the Abraham. And they were having a debate. Honestly, they were having. Those who were in the Islamic, they were a little confusion, and they were just trying to more or less make a ruckus, which they were muted. And it's like, yeah, because they didn't have any facts. They asked random questions, and they didn't want to answer questions. But what was also happening, you had people coming in to add to the conversation. And okay, I think the guy who came in, as I said, the person, his parents had migrated from, I think, Pakistan or wherever it was. And the person was born in Canada. So he was stating that the moderators who are supposed to be knowledgeable of Hindu scripture or whatever, or supposed to be Hindus or Indians, you mute the individual and tell them that you don't care where they were born. Right? Is that they have questions and they want you to, and you have to answer. It's like the person's just introducing themselves to the panel and to the host. Right? And it's like the blatant disrespect. Right? Plus, there was a guy who is from the Sikh aspect of Hinduism, that community, and he was giving them scripture after scripture after scripture after scripture. And they tell him, oh, he's looking it up on the internet, but he's spitting everything like fire. And the ones that's supposed to be Sanatanis or for Sanatan Dharma, they were running like headless chicken here, there, and everywhere. And when they couldn't debunk him, what do? You try to snuffle him, you try to palm muzzle, you try to molest, you raise your voice to cover him up there, because why? You cannot answer. So you use emotions and raising your voice in some way to molest, intimidate. And it's like, the guy was like laughing. He's like, I'm asking basic questions you could not answer. And this might sound sad, because the host of the live is a friend of mine, and even that, good night. Even the individual, I know she doesn't know much. I know she doesn't much, and I understand that. But this is what: if you're holding a live, you're Hindu. Educate yourself. Nothing is stopping you from educating yourself and bringing your knowledge to that standard. You're having people there, and this is the part I can. The moderators and them on the live were controlling the live, and the host was just there. That's like I'm coming up to hold a live, and I let everybody else control the live. The inmates run the assignment short. And I'm more or less the person who just be over all the prisoners and the prison guard, whatever you just call them, right? I am just allowing it to happen, which is wrong, which is totally wrong. If you're holding a live, you control the live. You control your moderators. You tell them how and when. Because the person did ask me to come up because someone wanted to learn about Pashu Bali, the aspect of offering animal in Hinduism, which they were trying to debunk and they couldn't. So I said, she asked me, Rav, would you come? I said, yeah, no problem. She messaged me, and about half an hour I went across because I was doing something. And I went up there and I clicked the request to come up. And the moderators brought up everybody else except Tantra Child. Because why? The moderators and I had issues because they came into my life and I straightened them out. I put them in their place. It's like, this is my life. You do not tell me who to take off and who to put on. If someone has been disrespectful in your life, that's your life, or wherever you were. If they come to me and I pull them up, it's for them to more or less commit their crime, and I will make a judgment because they're in my space. The people came, wasn't disrespectful. They were very much nice. We had a discussion, a dialogue. They went their way. Because I told the individuals who are the moderators, you cannot dictate what I do. When I was talking about Balidan, the aspect of offering animal, that is not so, that is this, and I was like, what aspect? Okay, give me scripture. Where does it say that it cannot happen? Give me scripture. They couldn't. So I went from the Manusmriti, go right back to the Vedas. And I schooled their ass, giving them scripture, book, and everything, right back to the Vedas. But yet, it went in one ears, it went through the other ears. Because why? They were not willing to accept that they got more schooled. They're not willing to say that, okay, this person gave me scripture after scripture after scripture, showing where it was present, where it was done, and even showed where the amendments and it was changed within the aspect of Vaishnava worship or Vaishnavism worship, which is the worship of Lord Vishnu in this aspect. He is the primary deity in that. And that is where they change. This is where you had the Hare Krishnas and all these only sattvic worship, pure milk, honey, fruits, and flowers. You cannot tell a Shivit. Shivitism is another aspect of worship. These are the individuals who are in the cremation sites. Right now in India, there's a 6-week celebration called the Kumbh Mela, the Maha Kumbh Mela, where all the Naga sadhus, these are the ones that like with the rasta hair covered in ashes, and the ashes is not from trees. The ashes are from the cremation site where they're burning bodies. Mm-hmm. Because with them, there's a thin line between what is pure. There's no difference between pure and unpure. And they are coming out in groves. They are coming out in groves for this Kumbh Mela because why? It is dedicated to Lord Shiva, the guru of all gurus in Hinduism. Can you tell that person they're not supposed to do what they will do? They're not supposed to dress how they dress? No. Because why? Your doctrine doesn't govern them. Same thing, I am a Shakta. I respect Vaishnavism worship and the doctrines that govern them. This is our next thing too. People who are in Vaishnava worship do not know the different doctrines that will govern them. All they know is the Gita, the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata. And even that has confused them. They say because Krishna says in the Gita, don't do Rajasic, Sattvic, and Tamasic prayers. He never said don't do Bali. In that aspect, when he said Sattvic Puja, is when you have all the ingredients and you have everything, your mind and everything. Nothing is getting you agitated. your puja is sattvic because you have all the ingredients and your mindset. Something make a problem, don't worry, sister, don't worry. We will work it out. We will do what we have to do, and you go in. Something is happening. Heck, that could most get you vexed, and it's not. It is not changing you. Then you have Rajasic puja. Rajasic puja is when you didn't make the attempts to get all the items, and you're telling the pundit, or you're telling, perhaps don't worry, we could work that. Just work our magic and let we go. Let we do. We done here already. Let we finish it off. Tamasic puja is when you're hasty, you're very angry, right? Your temper is short, and on top of that, the puja or the rites you're doing is not for the correct reasons. It's because your neighbor down the road do a 3-night yug. You decide I'm going to do a 5 nights. So show them I could do 5, you could only do 3. So you're doing the puja for the wrong reasons. You have all the ingredients and more, but you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And when you do that, you change what is sattvic into rajasic. You change the sweets, the fruits, the milk, and it is said as though you're offering spoiled food to God. This is what. Many people think that they say Krishna is talking about offering animal, to offer animal. If that is true, then I have a conflict. Because that Gita, the discussion of the Gita, is in the middle of the Kurukshetra war, what is called the Mahabharata. That is the middle of the war. But after the war is ended, and Yudhishthir, who is the Pandavas, the eldest brother, becomes the new emperor, right? Because in the middle, you had Krishna talking to Arjun, which is one of the Pandavas. So at the end, the eldest brother now, at the end of the war, Yudhishthira, who's the eldest Pandava, who's older than Arjun, is now king. Krishna tells Yudhishthira, perform the Shraddha according to scripture. That is modest paying respects to the Pitris, the elders, those who have passed on. In that, back in those days, it was not just sweets and fruits. They offered meat. It's in there. It's in there. When you go to the Brahmanda Puran, in chapter 19, book 1 to 21, it is there. That tells you the procedure of performing Shraddhas. And it mentions chicken and a black goat. When you go further, talking about Shraddha, what we call Pitrapak. Avita, you'll know what is this one. That aspect of Pitrapak for near Diwali, that 14 to 15 days, where they do for the ancestors. That is Bhishma, who's the elder to the Pandavas, who is the last son of Ganga Mata. Ganga Mata, who is the sister of Parvati. Ganga, who is in the hair of Lord Shiva, that water that's coming out of his hair that is tied up. Her son, her last son, because she had, I think it's 9 for her husband, and the last one came upon the earth. He is given description of how to perform Shraddha, and that is each day was a different animal to offer for the Pitris to be satisfied for 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, up to a few years. Those things change. They did change. But going back to Krishna, Krishna tells Yudhishthira, perform the Shraddha, but also perform the Ashma Veda. What is the Ashma Veda? Ashma Veda is a horse sacrifice, where the emperor, the new emperor, sends out a horse with no blemishes, no cuts, no bruises whatsoever. And wherever that horse goes to the different territories where different kings were, if you were not opposing to Yudhishthira or the emperor who sent it out, you leave it alone. If you had issues with him, you kidnap the horse and you keep it for yourself, which will mean you have issues and war will take place between you and the emperor. But if it didn't have no opposition, the horse would now come back, because why? There was supposed to be 2 guards who will follow the horse to where it goes. And the horse will return now to the emperor who sent it out. And they will perform the sacrifice where the animal is given up and the life is taken. They will offer something that is soma, which is fermented juice, which is wine. So you had all these different. So if Krishna is talking about don't do Bali, don't do this in the Gita, then what is happening? Then what is the information and the advice he's given to the elder brother after the war takes place? Doesn't that contradict what you were saying? But again, people like to read things out of context and not read and understand where, when, and why. This is why you have to be careful with the timelines also.
Well, I believe that's what is taking place at the end of this understanding of man of their own concept. Same thing people used to with the Bible. 10
Right.
people read the Bible, read the very same verse, and the 10 of them will come up with their own conclusion of what that verse is between to their understanding. You
Right.
understand? And most of the time is that they lean into their understanding and not to the understanding of the truth. So
Right.
you would get that because you're dealing with human beings, eh? And this is what I say. It doesn't matter in this life and your spiritual journey, you would find that most of the population following something that may be contrary to what it's supposed to be. When you really start to dig deep and go really deep, right? And all you could do is that while the resistance come, while you share and walk in your path, is to continue walking that path. Those that are to follow, those that are to engage, and those that are to be enlightened, go into, and you just stand in your authenticity at the end of the day. Because
Sure.
spiritualism, I think in every aspect, it always has somebody, especially in the magical order, you
Yeah.
find your own fight along your own.
Yeah. You always find that.
Get at it. It's under the African
Thank you,
magical
Tanja.
order. There's somebody sending who a blow, which is a spiritual attack to see how good it is, or to throw you down because people watching you more or you more
Yeah.
capable. You know, in the Hindu order and all a pundit, maybe getting a recognition. The next pundit want to do a puja, send me a blow. And it's everybody, and even under Wiccans, because I have witch friends. You know,
Yeah.
you just get them vexed. I think they did to do magic so much that you just had to get them vexed and them looking to do the worst detriment attack to you.
No,
You
you're
understand?
correct. You're correct, Avita.
It's crazy. It lacks the balance of why can't we just let everybody dwell in their authenticity, dwell in who they are, and accept us at what level we are at. Too many times, spiritualism isn't at the high vibration of self-acceptance to really be at peace with that. It is still with competition and for recognition, and that is rooted in poison.
No, yeah, you're correct. You're exactly correct what you're saying. And it's not just happening in our country as in Trinidad and Tobago. It's happening in Guyana. It's happening all over. It's happening in America. It's happening in Canada. Everybody who is on a spiritual path, right? Everyone who's on a spiritual path, they're having their experiences. Every single person that I sit with will be able to confirm and that aspect as they can relate. And it's like, I have been through some sort of a spiritual attack, or that someone has sent something, or astral travel sent something to project where I am, to see what I'm about, what I'm doing, like an unwanted guest in this aspect, which can be in spirit, to see what people are doing. You do have that. And for us, everything for our culture back in the days, it wasn't so simple. It took a lot for someone back in the 80s and the early 90s to reach that level. Now, and
Because it would be
it's open
honest.
season.
Now, here why? They would be honest. Okay, so under the Orisha, you go on your moon. That is when they put you down on the ground. They would prep you, right? So you'll be blindfold. They'll do certain rituals, and you're traveling now to meet your keys and your purpose. You might meet Ezekiel, certain entities, right?
Right.
Now, when they wake you up, you'll go down for maybe 7 days, sometimes 21 days, right?
Right.
They do ready feed you, get like crackers and tea, herbal teas, and they will wipe you off and they'll chant and they'll monitor you because you could die doing that, right? When you wake up and they start to travel you and chant you and they ask you what you see, according to what you see and who you meet, it gives you what gifts and capabilities you have. What goes on now, people back then would be honest. Sometimes they said they didn't travel, they didn't see anything, and they want to put them back, or they will wait a period and go back again. Now, whether they see or they don't see, they're saying they see them and this gone. And they're calling things that they never get. And when you tell the people who putting you down, the Babalu or whoever, okay, well, they give me
Right.
this staff, they give me this gong, and I was with this gong, and they say, okay, so it's a mother, yes, this time you never saw that. You now go in and get track onto that part, and everybody going and watch you under that order. So now you're not going to tell the truth. Everybody thinking you somebody you get staff to teach or to lead, and this time you never were given that. And this is where the problem arises. A lot of persons are with false identities at the end of the day, because everybody wants to be something that they are not. They want to
True.
be instead of who they are. They don't want to take the time that spiritualism takes. Everybody wants, they're watching too much fantasy movies and they want the overnight spiritual impact in their life. Let me tell you,
Sure.
spiritualism takes dedication, patience, healing. You gotta face your dark and light sides. balance,
Yep.
devotion, and people lack that. They want, okay, I do this, I do that, bam, bam, I this, I that. I could wave a wand, so and this happened. They think everything is given overnight, and it is not given to you as that. These divinities and whoever they are in their realm and their order and their structure, some persons are born with their light and their gift, but it still has to be channeled and trained and mastered. And certain levels are granted to you at certain stages of your life. But again, a lot of them don't know this, and this is not taught often or even given. But when you actually deal with older heads, everybody on the outskirts think, okay, magic is nice, gifts is nice. Plenty persons who are gifted from psychics to clairedescence and all these different levels, they have their own thing they deal with, dealing with these gifts and mastering it and being able to own that. Sometimes they wish they don't even have it. But on the outskirts, it looks so pretty that those who don't have it just want to have it in a snip. They want to be able to do this magic, they want to be able to do that. But these things come with understanding and repercussions and to know why and how and when to do it. They understand, but they don't have the time to do that work. They just want an overnight fix, and eyes this and eyes that, and respect me and watch me in this high order. And it doesn't make any sense. It's very important.
Yeah. So I love what you mentioned there, because I want to build off of what you just said there, for those who don't understand what she meant by the aspect of moaning or going down, which is our is what moaning, I think moaning is our tradition, is our dialect for it, or is it more or less international based on tradition between Trinidad and Africa? Is that just our aspect of going down into the spiritual realm? Mm-hmm.
Well, we consider it mourning, but it may be different in certain African. They might use a different twang for it.
Right. So in layman terms, I would use it, okay, for most people to understand when she says going down or mourning, it's where you go in this deep meditation to enter a different realm, or into going or astral traveling. You're going into that astral space where when you're on that particular journey in that plane, you are going to meet individuals. You may come across your ancestors. You may come across different orishas who will guide you and give you certain gifts and revelations, that some that you could reveal and then some that you cannot reveal because it's only meant for you.
Correct.
Right? An aspect. Your Babalawo, your elder, your if it's a woman or a man who is like your spiritual mother and father, they would understand, because they themselves will feel the different vibrations. Even though they're not where you are, they will have an idea or inkling what is happening and where you are. Because why? Someone is always looking after you. So they will have an idea somewhere, even where you are. So
pull you back and channel.
Pull you back. Right. Because why? If people get to realize that you are elsewhere, that where your body is in a place that is of protection, and people realize, okay, her body is here, whoever that person is, and your spirit is elsewhere, there are individuals can try to send an entity to enter your vessel, to lock you out of your body, or worse, right? This is where she says that you could die also. You could die because why? You're attacked in the spiritual realm, and that aspect of astral traveling. Or is that you're locked out and you can't come back in because something else is there, a different entity that is masquerading as you. That is one thing. But what I want to hit on with a hammer here on the nail is that many people claim on TikTok that they have been to this, they have astral travel, they have gone to the planes, they have met people, they have met everybody. That's like me saying, okay, I met Alien T. Okay, I met Alien T last year, physically. I met him physically, and we sat down, and we had lunch, and we talked about a lot of stuff. So I met him physically. But there are people that are claiming that they met other people on the plane. Now, honestly, it can be true, factual. If that other person is that spiritual, and you know for a fact that person does traveling every so often because of whatever they're involved in. But there are people that saying that they're meeting other people that have no idea what the spiritual realm is, what is the astral travel, have no idea. And there are people claiming that they have been to those particular planes, and when you ask it to describe how, when, and why, whatever comes out, them all is like, where, how, what?
because they reciting what they hear somebody, Peter, Susie, Junie, Lane, or Sandra say, so that
Yeah.
they would seem like if they've been there, but somebody who would be familiar of it that will ask them information in detail. That is where they're stuck now because they're only reciting what they heard and they were not actually there.
Yep. They're only regurgitating whatever has been exposed to them by other individuals. So this is where you also know where these are individuals who are more or less fake in nature and always just saying certain things because why? They want to be included in that so-called group or fraternity that, okay, I'm spiritual too, I'm doing my thing. But are you really, or you're just making noise? You're just like every vessel making noise because a person who is really into it doesn't come and sell it, and they do not come and have it like the tongue crier who is walking up and down the street, ringing a bell, say that, I've been to the spiritual zone, I've been to the astral planes, I've been to here. No. You will know that that person has been to a particular place because why? Their aura, their energy. When you move, when you pass near them, you can feel it. You can feel it. You can
And
feel that.
able to explain things that other persons who astral project would able to match the very same thing that they are saying.
Yeah. Yeah, very much.
Like manifestation. If somebody say, well, explain the manifestation, and they can't explain what you know manifestation feels like, or the different aspects of it, you know, well, they're lying, or they're faking.
Yeah. Because I just be considered, and Vita, you will know this, and I'm not taking a job. Well, I'm actually taking a job to Hinduism here, which is Shakti worship in Trinidad. I have. Let me do it now. Let me do it. Now, I have a friend, and she's in the comment, which is Dance with Flavors. What I am going to hit with, she would understand this as because of her. I'm not going to mention her birthright, where she is, because she is of two different aspects. I'm not going to mention that. Right? But this is what. The other is that people go to a temple or an ashram that is where into Shakti or Devi worship or Kali worship. Well, okay, like I say Mariamma worship because I'm going to go into Guyana too. And they see someone manifest. And I'm talking about the person manifest properly. The person is manifest. Or even it's a fake manifestation, which they may not be able to tell. And how ironic that they're now vibrating, they're now getting the little vibrations of a sun. And this is like the first 3 weeks to a month, or let's say 3 months for the most. And all of a sudden, they go to the temple that is their home temple that they are accustomed to going. And the exact way they saw this manifestation, they saw in a different temple that was very mesmerizing and very awesome. They're repeating the exact. Every person shake, rattle, and roll, they shake, rattle, and roll. They're doing the exact same thing. It's like, what the hell? And that's the exact same way they go. Now, from history that we have learned, and Avita, you could more or less, you could akin to this, based if you're manifesting certain energies, be it those of Shakta or Orisha, the energies like Shango, Obatala, Oshun, and so forth, even Kali, whatever, they have a pattern. They have a particular pattern. How they come when they manifest. They have a way. So you know, because when they're coming, you can tell, hey, that's Ma Kali coming. No, that's Sangli Karapal. No, that's Lord Shiva. No, that's Shango. Because the way they would move, the way the manifestation is coming onto the person, the way the person is reacting, you can tell who is coming. You can tell by the stamping of the feet, the grunting, the noise coming from them, a battle cry. You can tell who is coming. So you can prepare for them, because every energy would normally have a blade. They would need this, they would need that. So you have, okay, hey, Sangli coming, Shango coming, get drums, he acts. Because when he acts to it, give him one time. So you have that.
And not only that, we have when these energies come in. Shango used to dance in burning coals. Osan used to dance in burning coals. When Ogun come in, the way he dancing that blade and not cutting nobody while he swing that blade near them. Right? Oshun, when Oshun come and she move on that ground so like a snake and jump in that pond. And
Right.
small pond and moving like a dolphin or a fish. And when you look at them, you see the light in the eye. You understand? The other day it had one category Oshun, it had a crown of bees around her head. These are the real manifestations when they come in, not these sort of clunging things that come in and faking. And if you test them, it's at one, they proof him. Proof him is when you're testing the entity. right? So you see, he catch Shango, and they poof him and tell him, well, dance in the fire. And he went and danced in the fire, run out bowling, and ended up with the 2 foot swelter set a water bladder in the hospital. But they just drop down and show it, okay, faking. Now you see you got faking, you got identified as faking with injury. That makes any sense? Because you see, when they say they're cooking these entities, because of how high these entities are watched at, or use a Shango child, or use a Oshun child, or use a Oya child, the kind of respect people give you, the one that so there's fake it. And in this spiritual realm, I don't have fake it till they make it in the material world. In the spiritual realm, you have to actually make it under the genuinity of it. You can't fake that to make nothing. The more you fake it, the more you drop lower. So you're not doing your true self. You're not actually connecting in the pure way.
Right. So, and you're correct. So in Hindus, in Shakti worship, be it Kali worship or Mariamma, I'm tying both of them here, is something that we call taking oath. So taking oath for the persons who is manifesting. Right. I forget the name that they call the person, the Malo. The Malo, that's the person who manifests the entity. So they have ways of doing it where they will have the use of camphor, meaning there's what we call a taliman. He has the tray with the sofa, the cinder, and the vibhuti, and camphor is lighting there. And they will take out the power, takes the camphor, light it, put it in their mouth, and hold it for a period of time. Namaste, Elentia, and thank you for being here. All right. So you have that, and they will take that, and sometimes you see that the power sticks out the camphor while it is lighting, and you're seeing the camphor melt. At that point, the camphor is melting. That is when it's at its hottest, and they hold it, and they hold it for that. Sometimes you see them use to really test the power. The power sometimes tell them, you want to test me? Take 3 camphor and put them on a stack. Put 2 stacks and light it, and the power will raise the heel of the person and put it over these 3 camphors and let it there. And no burning. You will see sometimes they use what we call a rope. They call it rope whip, where they're soaking it in water, which is more deadly than if it's more or less just dry. And they're more or less whipping the body of the Malo, and no cuts. No cuts, no wailing, nothing. Because why? The power is that strong that is protecting. Now, with that being said, that still is not 100% proof that the power is divine. Let me go somewhere here. That is not 100% proof that is divine, because sometimes you see them like in the Mariamma worship, and Dancer Flavors will more or less be able to confirm it. You see them, they have this thing like a bridge, and it has blades, and you have to walk across it. It's a test of faith for devotees, but sometimes the power itself walks across these blades are facing upwards to show that it is. But again, that is not 100% proof that the power is divine. Let us go to a different place now. Well, let's use a different terminology. I'm going to call something called a familiar spirit.
Yeah. Familiar spirits.
A familiar spirit, not because it moves, it parades, and it dances and do everything as how an original entity or energy is supposed to be. Means it's the exact thing. Because why? You remember you're dealing with energy. So if a fake energy that is at a particular level of strength can come in, because there's no doctrines I have found within the aspect of Hinduism under Shakta, whatever, and the rituals, right, that says, not even from even the elders, there's nothing that says that a power cannot, a familiar spirit cannot use camphor and cannot use camphor, fire, whip, or stick. It has no restrictions to say that they can't use it. Now, you may think that the
familiar spirit is still an entity, you know. It's
right.
like a negative and a good entity. It's just one is the original and one is a familiar imitation. So
right.
it can't perform it because it is an entity at the end of the day, but it's the original, it is the divine, as you just explained.
Right. So many people have asked, but not the head pujari or the head pujaran, because in Shakti, it's not dominant by men alone. A woman can be a head pujaran, which is like a mother or so on and so forth, a spiritual mother in that aspect, right? It's if the pujari or the head pujaran is at a particular level of spirituality, without going into a trance, they can see, they can pick up if what is in front of them is the exact same. If it is the Devi, if it is Baba, or it is a prankster, it is more or less a spirit playing on masquerading. They will be able to know. So this is what. So we're going to say, well, if the person doesn't see us, so then there's a problem, because one, the chariot that has the Sofran, the Sindur, and the Vibhuti, that is mounted with mantras. Right, that is mounted with mantras. The person who's holding it, the tali, he's supposed to have some sight. The head pujari who's there, who's offering this, whatever, he's supposed to have that sight. If he himself is not at the level he's supposed to, he will not be able to tell, because there will be a veil over his eyes, blinding him from the truth, from what is there. He would just say, oh, that is Mark. See how she dancing, she holding the blade, she this and that. No. A familiar spirit can act the same way. Okay. Can a familiar spirit foretells things? Yes, they could. A familiar spirit could go in between dimensions. They are not prohibited. They cannot tell you down the road, but they can tell you what is happening after. They can assess what is happening in your life faster than you and tell you things that only you know. Because why? They can dwell within your realm, and they will tell you things that only you know. So they can say things that will make you believe that the power is real. But again, a real power you will know, because it will tell you of things down the road that a spirit will not be able to go. But a spirit can traverse. It can go backwards. It can act within the physical, the present realm, and it can go forward, but only for a particular destination. They can go further than some, because it's a little too tedious. It's tedious in aspect, because what many people may not know, if your vessel is not strong enough, it will, one, if the entity comes in, which is negative, they will struggle to control or move your body. And we have seen this in the Shakti faith. Avita, you can tell me if this is also in the Orisha, when people have not cleansed or maintained their body to allow an entity to come in. It is almost like you're fighting with the body to be able to be mobile, for speech, for movements, to move your hand, to hold something. Because why? The vessel was not procured, it was not cleansed properly, it was not trained or groomed to maintain the body and cleanse the body via doing the different sadhanas or pujas, so that when this entity comes in, it can come in with ease and flow.
Well, in the Orisha, it just really comes down to, if your body not clean, they don't come. Because your vessel has to be clean. If you're not being clean and not under the order, the entity approving it to be, they just don't come. What do and can tend to happen is that when the energies are now looking to start coming into the body to manifest it, you will find persons losing control of the body, whether feeling sensations and tingles or dizziness, or actually seeing themselves doing things that they are aware of doing, but they cannot stop, but they're not into full manifestation because the entity is trying to settle within the flesh of the body. And they have not been molded or groomed how to let the entity come into full power manifestation. So they probably didn't even know that this particular entity, or that they are a manifester to dance the energy. So they may get that kind of aspect of it. Yeah?
Yeah. Very much true. Very, 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 very much true. Right? So this is the information that I love to talk about. It's not being controversial. It's not causing conflict or causing, so what we say in Trinidad, a bacchanal, right? But these are the conversations that needs to be done in a public domain, because why? People need to be enlightened. The individuals that are going to these places of worship to find answers in their life, these are the information, these are the things that need to be spoken about and educated. Because why? People need to be made aware where they are going. Because why? There are a lot of people that are faking in nature, and we're talking from the head pujari comes straight down. A lot of people are faking in nature, and you need to know when and how and why. If you go, and I'm saying this for the Hindus community and anyone else that might want to take the advice, if you go to a temple or a mandir and a power is raising, this is what's going to a Shakti temple, and you get a reading, that you do that doesn't really resonate with you up to that point, honestly, you don't feel it, and it's kind of more or less discouraging, you don't have to take that at face value. You have all rights to go to our next temple and get a second opinion, or go to our next spiritual, right? If you go to someone, and Avita could tell you this too, if you go to a person in the Orisha faith and they give you a reading, fine. You don't need to take it at face value. You can go to an next person and get another reading. If the two readings are the same, well then yeah, then you know the first person was correct. Right? If you go and you get two different readings, well yeah, then you know you want to find, or you try to figure out who is what. So this is where you have to this is what you go back now, or where you are presently. Let the power or the person tell you something that only you know. When you go to people, just tell people you just come for read. Don't give them no information. Don't tell them you're too hot in here, this hot in here, that hot in here. All right, Jackie, no problem. All right, thank you for coming up. If you have something is wrong, you don't tell them at all. Let them tell you what is wrong. Let them tell you. So that is the way they will satisfy your mind. There are some places, I can vote for Trinidad, right? Certain temples in Trinidad, that when you call for a reading, they tell you, fine, come for reading. And they ask for nothing else. People go to tell them, I was like, no. They'll tell you, no, brother, sister, we don't need to hear anymore. Come on the particular day we come, and you sit with the power. And then it is, you let the power tell you something. Right? Sometimes you go, the power asking you, child, how I can help you today? And there it is, you tell it. That's like you go to the doctor, and the doctor asking you, well, what's wrong with you today? What taking place yet? And you tell them what's wrong. And when you tell them what's wrong, they go, the doctor will give you a prescription to rub an ointment or take a tablet, then give you the same thing, because why? You tell them what's wrong. Someone who is legit in the spiritual realm, if the power is legit also, they will tell you what's wrong with you before you tell them. Now, that's a pro and con. Avita, you know, I'm going to swing here. We have a saying, if you know you have cocoa in the sun, be careful, always look out for rain. So if you know you have secrets that you don't want out, cut your card straight. Because when you go for your reading, whatever in sun, whatever in darkness is coming to light. So if you know you're doing stupidness, it will come out. So be careful who you're going with too. Because if it concerns that person will find out that whatever you're doing. So be very careful, because it have some places I have went, the business was out in the road. Because why? They were indulging a lot of stupidness, and it came out. So you got to be very careful. Right? Because people just go for help. You're doing crap, but you're going for help. And when your business coming out, you're moving like, you're saying like, no, Bob, that's not me, but that is you. And when the power telling you exactly word for word, this and that action, down to what you was wearing, what you say, you're backpedaling. You're backpedaling bad. Because your business out on the road. So be very careful when you're going before true power, because they will tell you what you don't want to hear. They will tell you the truth, the blunt truth. Truth seeker, I know you may have questions now.
Namaste, and welcome, Tantra Child. I must say, it is an honor to sit here and listen to the stories and to get a better understanding. I have seen it myself where we went in a group setting, and Ma comes up, and Ma tells everyone in the group setting different things, one by one. And then Ma says, okay, I'll see you soon, because I see you on Sunday, as usual. One of the persons in the group, Ma says that I will see you on Sunday, because she knows that that person is real. Well, we know that person is not faking, because Ma says, I will see you on this day.
Right.
Oh yes, Dancing with Flavor as well. She's really great. I'm not sure how she does it, but man. I had a question relating to the Vedas, because I searched and I found a few translations, but they're mostly translations of hymns. Do you have any recommendation to specific translations that have dialogue or where the person that translated it also added in their thoughts.
So you're looking for Vedas that has been translated from Sanskrit to more or less English in aspect, right? Or Roman,
Yes.
what some people may call Roman text. So depending on which one of the Vedas that you're going for, if it is the Rig Veda, the Yadu Veda, the Adu Veda, if it is the Rig Veda, the Yadu Veda, the what's the one? The next one with the Aryu Veda, and then you have the Sam Veda, or the Atharva Veda. You have to be concerned. You have to be understandable. These things, right? These books some will give you doctrines like the Veda. The Rig Veda is hymns. That is hymns in nature. The Yaju Veda will give you descriptions of pujas and so forth. This is where you'll learn about doing arti and offering soma and bali and so forth. All right, so you have that. The Ayurvedic Veda or so forth. I think that one gives you talks about herbs, talks about eating and all the things that you can eat and not eat, what is tamasic, rajasic, and sattvic in nature, because it does tell you things that you may think is sattvic, which might be fruits and nuts, mostly nuts in aspect, but they are rajasic and tamasic in nature when it comes to certain vrats or fasting. Then you have the Atharva Veda, which is the book of spells, right? You have the Atharva Veda, which is the book of spells that tells you how to, if you want to entice a woman to be your wife, your girlfriend, it tells you how to do that. You want to get progeny, you want to get money, and all these different. That one gives you more in depth of how to. So it's, I call it the book of spells. So you have that. So to get a book that that has the translations, but yet has more or less side notes. I can look. I don't necessarily have the ones that I have just have the translation alone, because I could understand the dialogue, the way it was translated. But if you want someone that has that breaks down every particular verse or whatever and gives you some sort of insight to each one, I can look for it and see what I find. And if I find them via PDF, I can send it to you.
Thank you so much, Tantra. It would
Do
be
I have the
much
physical?
appreciated.
Wait. Do I have the physical copies of these books? Yeah, I brought them from Canada last year. I wasn't really planning to buy the Vedas, honestly. It wasn't really planning to buy it. But when I went to Canada, they literally had it on sale. I was like, okay, it's on sale. And when I checked it out, it was like, okay, it had the translation. It was easily understandable. I was like, okay, cool, I'll buy it. It was a little pricey, but I paid like about, I think I paid about 200 Canadian for them. No, I lie. It wasn't 4 books. It was 4 Vedas, but each one was, I think one was, they were like average 2 to 3 different volumes, each one, because they were broken down differently. What was the book of spells? One of the Vedas. It's amazing you mentioned spells and everybody's like, spells? Which one? Oh, jeez. It's almost like mentioning tantric worship. And I was like, well, what tantric worship? Yeah. By the way, this year, we are going into tantric worship. We are going to discuss tantric worship this year. I'll be able to go certain places. I'm not going to go into full depth, but I'll go more in depth to what I did last year. I'll go certain places with it because I'll be discussing different books of tantric worship. So it's going to be fun, right? If anybody in the comment section would like to come up for the 8 people that's supposed to be on the live, if anybody wants to come up and ask more questions, just click the request button. I'll bring you up and you could ask your questions and we could have dialogue. All right. So, yep. Avita, my dear, my sweet, my love, how is life? I know we haven't gotten to talk because you say we had to talk and yeah, we ain't getting time. Can I have the name of the books? I want to see if I can get the PDF for them. Okay then. We have, hold on. Let me give you the exact. This is the nice thing. This is the sweet part. This is the nice things when you have a mini studio / office that you could just turn to your side and just go onto your computer. All right. Let's go here. Alright, so the 4 Vedas in name would be the Rig Veda, you would have the Yajur Veda, the Sama Veda, and the Atharva Veda. Alright, so the foremost collection of Samhita of such poems from the Hotra reciter drew the material of his recitation. So the Rig Veda is known knowledge of verses. So this is where you get the different hymns and so forth. The Yajur Veda is the knowledge of sacrifice. It just tells you about the different types of austerities, the penance, and all the different things, the rituals and rites to be done. The Sama Veda is knowledge of chants. Right, so that's the knowledge of chants. So that tells you how mantras, and it tells you about the importance of mantras, and they give you some mantras. The Atha Veda is the knowledge of fire. This includes the traditions and so forth. Vedic Sattva, this one, the Atha Veda is what I call the book of spells. This one tells you how to do different rites and rituals. But there's a pro and con to that. You cannot just do these rites and rituals as so. Some of these rites, you must have a guru. You must have a guru, not a spiritual teacher, not a guide, a legit guru. And these gurus are the ones that can give you something called diksha. Can give you diksha, and that person could also give you liberation and moksha. It have spiritual guys will teach you how and when, but a guru would more or less be able to will have more rights and will be more ability to do certain things that a spiritual teacher or a spiritual parent can do. And there are differences. So you have to be very concerned about that, because again, it have people that will call themselves gurus and they are not a guru. Right? So you have to be very careful when you're choosing people to be your spiritual guide or teacher. You have to be very, very careful.
Tantra, I would appreciate if you can elaborate on the process of Diksha. Because during my own research, I got an understanding of it, that it's more than just the guru giving you a mantra. It's actually the guru technically works on your nadis as well simultaneously while giving you that mantra. And I got that understanding, so I would like you to give me your understanding of it.
Okay. So you believe that Diksha only comes with where a mantra is concerned. Partially correct. That is just more or less 5% of the whole concept of where...
Correct.
Right.
So that is what is mainstream, but there's a lot more going on in the process where the guru might touch you, transfer some energy, open that nadi, and do a lot of different stuff in the process.
So to understand Diksha, you must understand the characteristics and the functionalities of a legit guru, who can be your spiritual parent, they can be a spiritual teacher. But again, a guru has functionalities that a priest, a teacher, a spiritual parent will not have, right? These individuals will not have whatever. Diksha is not just where mantras are concerned. It's not just allowance. It's not just a blessing in nature. Meaning up to that point, your guru that is more or less with you foot and foot at every level of your spiritual journey, their DNA is more or less present with you. It goes with you. You cannot go further then you want to go without his approval. You cannot go without his blessings. Because also, when you go to these different levels or different stages, your guru is there to assist you, not just to show you what you do, not just to tell you how to pronounce your mantras and the sukrams and all the different things, and tells you on how to use Vedic astrology and all of the time, and you want to understand the TT and the windows that can perform these different things. Because why? That person has that hunger, but this person has so much knowledge. Their aura self, their spirit, their energy is something that covers you in protection, and also it feeds you and covers you in a sense. So as guru in an aspect, to get diksha is more just as blessing and allowance. Okay, you could go ahead. No, there's much more to it than that. Because when you are doing whatever you're doing, your guru is sitting there guiding you, but also protecting you. He's there behind you or beside you. While you are doing rites and rituals, he's there doing meditation, he's doing japam. So there's different things that Diksha involves. It's not just being able to tell you to use a mantra. Because, okay, he can give you a mantra, fine. But he also gives you a sadhana to use it, to be able to use the mantra. So let's say he gives you a mantra as... Right, he gives you, let's say I use it simple. He gives you a mantra as the Tribakam mantra, which is for Lord Shiva. You cannot just use the mantra just so. He will now give you something called mantra sadhana. Mantra sadhana is where you have to do japam, let's say 12,000 times, 12,000 repetitions. You have to do abhishekam, you have to do hawan, which my hawan might be feeding the fire 10,000 times. In repetitions, whatever, to be able to harness the true potential of a mantra, basic mantra. Let's look at what's simple as Om Namah Shivaya, basic of all, simplest. There it is, that simple mantra. Your guru can give you a sadhana that can take that mantra from where it is, as simple as a seed. And when you're finished with it, it is a fully grown tree that you can find shade, protection, and you can feed yourself with it. And you can more or less feed others with it. It have these different things. All right? So you have to understand, Diksha goes way, way more deeper than just a blessing. And as there is, go ahead, you can use this. Typical people who don't have that aspect of Diksha and knows the pros and cons of what it means and what it is, they can say, yeah, you go ahead, you can have a thing. No. A true guru who is giving precise and appropriate diksha or allowance or blessing, however you want to look at it, makes you earn whatever you're going to have. It is not given freely. You must earn it. You must know the value of it so that you do not squander it or misuse it. That is a proper guru. And where he gives you diksha, you know that when he gives you that, you have to earn it still. Because when you have it, you will cherish it. A guru will not just give you diksha just so, because you want it. He will more or less assess you where you are mentally, spiritually, physically, emotionally, before he gives you diksha. If you're not at the level that he needs you to be, you're not going to get it. And sometimes it takes us a month, 3 months, sometimes years to get to that level that we can get the most basics of Diksha. That is where a true guru comes from. And that is because of the lineage he has been taught, because he has gone through these processes himself. Everything that he has learned to reach to be the point that he is a guru, he has learned and he has earned it by all the sadhanas, by all the penance he has more or less been through. When people are giving things freely, double check yourself. Double check yourself.
Well said, Tantra Child. And everything that you said resonated heavily, because in my own journey of seeking a guru,
where can I find... Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. Where can I find one? Lee, what do you want to find?
A guru, most likely.
I can tell you not me. Not me. I am not on that level. I don't have the time. I don't have the patience. There's no one on this side of the hemisphere that I could point you to. One will have to go to India to find. In this aspect right now, where is the Kumbh Mela? You would have find gurus. You would find a lot of gurus. Right? There's a person that I follow on YouTube. Well, most of the time he does podcast when he's on a podcast. When Ranveer from Bare Biceps does his podcast. Rajashri
Nandi.
I have Rajashri Nandi, who is very, very much educated in tantric practices and so forth. Everybody, he is so skilled, so knowledgeable. I have every single podcast that Ranveer has done with him. I have downloaded that. There was some that he did with Bhavesh when they were in the boat talking about tantric practices. I have that also. So everything that he has done, he has tried to do some with others, but it's almost like a repetition of what he did with Ranveer. Other than that, and then it have a lot of people now, because Ranveer has come out with his podcast, a lot of people that's popping up all over the place with other stuff. I don't really take them on, but get the one that he sits with Ranveer, right? On Bare Biceps. Those on the Ranveer show, which is on YouTube, get those. They are very much filled with a lot of nuggets of gold, a lot of pearls of knowledge, and he breaks down a lot of stuff for you. A lot of stuff. He is a great Kal Bhairava Bhakta, and so forth. He goes into depths into that and so forth. So yeah, looking at him, whatever. But I said, if you were going to Kumbh Mela, you would have found a lot of individuals that would have been suitable to become or to more or less take you as a shishya, as a disciple, to be your guru. If you were fit, if they saw it fit for you to become that. Because why? A lot of us are looking for a guru. But are we mentally, physically, spiritually ready for a guru? It's difficult. Sometimes we want things, but are we prepared for it? Somebody's coming up. Coming up there. Opua, what he scenes?
Sitaram, Kali Vanakam, how are you?
Good.
I would like to ask you a question, a
Why everyone would like to ask me questions?
I don't know. Like in
Go ahead.
Wikipedia.
Me, I am a typical. You know who to ask? Ask the person next to you. The person next to you does work real obia. She does work real obia. The calabash she moving, walking with, right? The calabash she shaking have real power. Right? I still using a blue water bottle.
Oh God. Okay, well my question is what are some of the best tips or advice you could give to somebody who is preparing themselves? Because you said, are you ready for a guru? So what do you think is some things that you need to implement, or that we should be implementing into our life in preparation to find the guru?
Beautiful question. You know, there's a saying, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
Right. So this is what the universe, or however you want to look at it, the universe, Ma, Mara, Master, Baba, whoever you want to look at, how you want to look at it. When you are ready and in need, they know exactly what you need at the time that you need to get it also. And there it is, they will bring someone that will more or less fulfill the duties, or fill that space of becoming a teacher to you, right? What one can do is look within oneself. If you have doubts, and look into oneself, is there things in my life I need to change? Is there things I need to amend in my life? Right? Now, for some, it might be easy to pick up on, while for some, it is difficult. So, my best advice for those who may not be able to realize that they have a flaw, or they have some sort of, inaccuracy, always try to do your pujas, pure heart and prayers and good hands. Yes. Yes, that's what it was. You're correct. So do your sadhanas to the best of your ability with all purity of mind, heart, and soul. Right? Always do everything that you do with a clean heart. Never do things with haste. Never do things with emotions. Right? Yes, sometimes we do sadhanas and we become overwhelmed, become emotional because, a daughter to our mother, a son to our father in this aspect. We will become emotional because why? We think we are nothing. And sometimes we are nothing. We are nothing without our masters and mothers who we serve. But do things that while you're doing it, it is cleaning you. You may not think it's cleaning you, but it's cleaning you. Do your thing with a focused mind and steadfast focus, and things will be made right. And you will know. How would you know these things? Things will enter into your life. It might start with people you never see, you never talk to for a while, talk to you. It might be in work becoming easier, right? You get overtime, you get a pay raise, something happening. You go to buy something, you get a discount. Things that you ain't getting in a hurry, but little things. The little things will show you that, okay, things are happening in my life. There are changes in my life. And you maintain that stride, you keep that. But also try to do charity. Try to do charity in aspect, and you try to give. And when you're giving, give without a conscience. People say, oh, don't get that beggar go and take it to do this and do that. That is his karma. If you can give that individual who is less than fortunate at $2, give him. Some people say, no, don't get them that. Get them buy a bread for them and get them to eat it. If the individual wants $2, give them the $2 if you have it. Do not be giving, can give it without any comments. Let's give it and let it go. Whatever they do with it is their karma. You give it a clean mind and a clean heart. You do that in nature and you maintain that particular stride. And when you have done enough, this is more or less like when you're doing these things to clear your karma, to cleanse your aura, that people can see it. You ever look at people? They're looking nice. They're looking beautiful. Right? They're looking beautiful, an aspect. But some or the other, you're watching them, to someone say you're watching them for a while, and you realize that there's a darkness, there's a tinge of darkness over them, like a dark cloud. Like when the clouds come over the sun, you're still seeing stuff, but the cloud blocks the sun, so there's not a glow, there's not a bright glow. You're just seeing people. This is sometimes you have to understand. Sometimes their aura is not cleansed enough that they look a particular way. Sometimes you go around people, veil. You go around some people and their aura is just negative, it's heavy. Anytime they're around you, things happening. Something falling, something this, some kind of couture, bickerment, whatever, because their aura is heavy. They had a nice job and everything, they're dressing well, but their aura is very heavy. It's unclean. So you see things happening in their lives. When you do think about it, you yourself sometimes might have that and may not be aware of it. I had that and I was not aware of it. Honestly, I had that in my earlier aspect of my life. And I would say this would have been my late 20s? No, my early 20s coming up. When I was still kind of learning Hinduism and I was now getting learned, I had a bad aura. I was arrogant, I was ignorant, I was stupid, I was ugly. The only thing changed is that I learned stuff. I still ugly, so that didn't change. That can't change. That can't happen. I scar for life with the ugliness. I can't change that. But this is what we have. Sometimes our auras need. And you will know when your aura is being cleansed because you start to feel different. Because sometimes your aura is so heavy on you spiritually, it affects the physical body. You're getting up with body aches. You're getting up feeling fatigue. You're eating healthy, you're drinking milk, juice, all this thing, but you're still feeling drained and whatever because your aura is draining your life energy, and you need to cleanse it. It's like dropping weight, that you need to drop weight to be able to do stuff. And this is where you cleanse your aura by doing your sadhanas, you're doing all your different things, your different baths and whatever, to drop these weight. And things start to happen. People start to see different things wherever. I have a question. Why do we dream newborns? That's not good. All right. So yeah, keep doing what you do, and you will see little signs of your aura changing. You will see things like that. And when the time is right, right? When the time is right, your teacher will come. You may not be looking for a teacher at that point in time, and it will come. So keep doing yourself. There's no one can, if you go before a teacher before or something who can see, they can tell you what's wrong. They can tell you what's wrong. But in some aspects, sometimes can't, some people can't. Sometimes we are so layered. There are different layers to our negativity or our aura that we can't get to ourselves, to our true selves. And it will take time. It will take time. It's like dealing with a stain on a sheet or a jersey or some sort of garment. One washing on it. You gotta put a little elbow grease, a little bleach, and eventually the stain will come off. So sometimes we have to work on our aura to cleanse it and so forth. Do these things, and when the student is ready, your teacher will come. Sometimes you can find your teacher and they realize what is wrong, and they will send you to the rigor. They will send you to do, they'll have you do all the tapasya, all the penance, all the different things to cleanse your aura before they trained you. Let's use a reference of these old martial art movies. The masters, right? The masters and them would have more or less always had them training, toting water, going up a stairs, doing something, whatever. And they was like, I came to learn martial arts. What is it doing here? What is I'm doing here? Because why? The master is helping you cleanse yourself and condition you for the training that is now going to come. Right? Everybody be asking, you're going to learn martial arts. You're going to learn to play this and that. All right. So, Dance of the Flavors, you had a question. I have a question. Why do we dream newborn? So, according to the Kashi Pachang and different books of astrology, dreaming a newborn, right, is not necessarily good. It's good. It's kind of twisted. When you dream a newborn, is that somebody going to pass. Somebody's going to pass, right? When you dream your elders or you dream somebody dying, that is when a baby gonna come to born. So they tell you dreaming a newborn is not good. Dreaming wedding. So in short, dreaming happy moments is not good. Dreaming calamities is good, except dirty water. The minute you dream that you're crossing dirty water, that is bad. If you're crossing it over a bridge, it's kind of all right, but still, it's something to be cautious. If you're walking in it as though a place has flooded, let's say rain has fell and it's flood, and the water is stagnant and that's not necessarily moving, so you're seeing things just stagnant and floating, and you're walking through that is a grave concern. That is when somebody has done something very tedious, and it is that intense that you need to be concerned about. So there are certain things that you must be an aspect. Yes, babies are bad, yes. When you dream a newborn, it's because somebody going. It's not necessarily in your family. It can be somebody extended, a neighbor, a neighbor or someone, a relatives outside. Weddings also. Under Hindu philosophy too, dreaming weddings are bad also. Those are bad. And next thing for bad would be if your teeth fall out your mouth. You're eating something, and it does feel like, okay, my teeth, and you pull out your teeth. Yeah, that in itself too. Those are things that deal to the point of something is going to happen, or somebody's going to be unalive in the family, be it. And something you have an idea who it is, because it might have an alien, a person who's ailing. Somebody that is very sickly, whatever. So it might be like, okay, I could tell that it's going to be this particular person, because they're very sickly.
If you dream like all your teeth falling,
same thing.
I mean, that's
Same.
your physical health. If you dream the teeth itself or one or two teeth falling out, that is definitely death in the family.
Yeah. So there are things. So there's one, as I said, there's a book that we have in Trinidad called the Kashi Pachang that gives you dreamology. It gives you mole philosophy also, where you have different moles on your hands and whatever, and it can tell different things about you in aspect. I can tell you about a dream I had when I was small. I dreamed that I was where I was living with my grandparents and my dad and my mom, whatever. My mom had already passed away. So what white people call the front porch, we just call the gallery. That's the gallery, the front area of the house. So it was like it had some bricks, and I there just moving the bricks from one. It's just bricks that was just stacked up. And I'm moving the bricks wherever. And when I move one, there was a black cobra. The cobra stood up, like how it now is standing, and struck me on my right hand. Now I didn't know what it meant. I was confused. I told my dad. My dad told his so-called spiritual brother. The expression on the man's face wasn't nice because, you know, he didn't like them. He was like, didn't like them things because why? It meant something. It's only when I got the Kashi Pachang and I read it and I saw it having what's bitten by a snake, especially if it's a cobra in your right hand, is auspicious. When you dream you're dead or you're unalive, I don't use the word the D word, but you're unalive uncles or parents or ancestors, when you dream them, that's a good thing because sometimes they come as an auspicious moment and sometimes they come to give you a message. All right.
Can I just say
I'm good.
I love the way you say sneak. You know why? Because you say it just like my mother.
Okay. I thought it was okay. I'm reading up from. I thought it was my. Mom, no disrespect, but to have future that you had to be able to tie some coolie boy to be able to for them thing to happen. So I don't know if you're going to cook hasa for them or seven curry for the person to be able to have future what you just said. Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
I just joined again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw. No problem.
Yeah, I just wanted to because my conscience just won't let me end the day. When I said earlier, and I spoke about, if you remember, about a message that I got when I was very young about a friend who told me that, you know, most people in life don't have common sense.
Right.
Yeah. I added the ignorance.
A small thing.
No.
It is what it is. That's not a problem.
Yeah. But no, I don't believe anybody's ignorant. I don't. I just believe people are lost, misunderstood. People are just like they just don't. They're so impregnated in their ways,
right?
And it all has to do with their childhood and their traumas and everything else. And I'm not going to go into it. But
Right.
what I'm trying to say is that I just want to take the ignorance out because I don't believe anybody at all is ignorant. We
Right.
all have the capacity to think and do the right thing. But the thing is that we choose what to do. We
Right.
choose what to do.
Mhm.
We have the choice. We have the
Point
choice.
taken. Point taken. You're correct. No problem. To Dance with Flavors, I have a question to ask. All right. For me, it's very important. It's a life or death situation, so I need an answer here. Right? Which one of these things are better? Hasa or Cascadu? Which one is better? Which one tastes better? Truth Sita, stay quiet. How? How is the same thing? How is it the same thing? Right?
I have tasted cascadoo, and that tastes good. I don't think I've tasted casa. I would assume they both are-
You have to try hasa. You can have cascadoo, but you have to try.
Are you talking about food?
Yep, that's true.
Okay, we're talking about food.
All right. Okay, hold up. Back up. Let's okay. Alyssa, educate them which is which.
What do you mean?
No, educate them. What is Hassa and not Casa, Hassa. HASSA. And what is Cascadu? Educate them, because the thing is about Avita has been eating Hassa and doesn't know it.
Oh my
Poor
God.
Anita.
If I ate Hassan, thought it was Cascadoo, those bitches lied to me, okay? Because they said it
Oh
was
my God! Listen.
And
Alright.
Yo, I can't breathe.
Alright. There's an
Oh
next.
my
Okay, hold
God.
on. Wait. Before
See,
she
that's why
explains that.
I love my people. I love my
Alright. This is the
Caribbean
next thing.
people
This is the next
because-
thing to it. What between Bora and Bodhi, which one better? And between Guinep and Chenet, which one better?
It's the same thing. You ain't gonna trick
How
me
you
that
know?
down. I know. I love
I'm so done.
culture that Guinea. Search me that what you saying for Cascadoo is the same blasted thing. You're too tricky.
You want curry chicken or chicken curry?
Same thing.
Biryani.
Just
Biryani. Okay.
Yes. I'll go for
Yes,
biryani there. I a poor guy, so give me from the head to the tail to the foot. Yeah. I'm a poor guy.
I don't eat pork and I don't eat beef.
Half
Okay,
your
but
life.
real question: do you like chai or tea, guys?
You sure?
Yeah,
You sure?
because chai tea is tea. Chai is what makes tea. You have chai.
You sure about that? Locked in? Is that your final answer?
Wait, hold up. Wait. Hold up. Wait. I read a question here. Now, okay, doubles or fry bake? As much I love a fry bake,
Doubles.
is doubles. Now, what? Okay, hold up, back up. What's a fry bake? It is a flatbread that is cooked in oil. That's the easiest way that my American brothers and sisters on. It's flatbread that is fried.
It's isn't it tan bread? Yeah.
It's what that?
Tan bread.
It's
No?
almost like, okay, so let's put it this way. You see like how Mexicans will make tortilla?
Okay. Oh, okay. Got it.
Right. You see, like, remember, some of them is just put it on a metal plate and just warm it. But you could also fry it. You can actually also fry it where it will swell a little bit, where you can cut it and put other stuff into it. So, yeah. So we have something called fry bake, which is how you would mix dough for making bread, and you could cut it in a triangular shape.
Or like, you know what a naan is? You know what a naan is?
Yeah.
It's like a naan.
Yeah, but naan is more what we call, what we call
Naan
naan.
is more like sada, but when you
Naan,
take the
that's what
sada,
I
the
meant,
same dough
naan.
you're making a sada roti with, you take that
Right.
and you fry it, and you get fry bake, essentially.
Right. So what we
So
call,
it's like a naan.
yeah, so what we will call sada roti, they will call flatbread. Americans will call flatbread.
Yeah, like a pita bread.
Yeah, so that's how those.
Oh, and so I wanted to say, because I remember they were talking about babies. I know personally that my daughter, I had dreamed her 2 years beforehand, consecutively. It was always this particular look in the baby. And when I did come and make her, she looked the exact way. So
What-
I know sometimes when you're spiritual, you can actually see your children.
Yeah.
Actually dream my daughter with the nose and the color, and it was this particular baby, fair and chubby, and it was a
Right.
female.
Right. So,
Seriously.
and I love that you went there. So just to correct certain things, to go back to what Dance with Favor asked, and to tie in what you said. So to have people to understand. When we say in the Caribbean you dream a baby, we have to be politically correct. When you dream a newborn, that is inauspicious. That is not good. If you dream a baby, that should be at least, let's say, given a time frame, let's say 6 months to a year. That's different. But if it's like now in swaddling cloth because it's not long born, newborn, not good. Let's say 6 months to a year where certain characteristics of the child is already developed, there's that hair and whatever is more prominent, where you can see certain features. That so like what Avita would have seen, she may have seen how her daughter at the, let's say between, let's say a year, 6 months to a year. She would have see her at that point in her dream, which is good. But if it is a newborn that now born, let's say under a month in aspect, yeah, that one not good. So we have to be politically correct. Newborn is not good, but in the aspect of 6 months, if you know how to more or less measure the aspect of when you're looking at the characteristics of a baby, it's like, okay, this child looks 6 months there yet, and that's a little different.
Also, I know if you dream yourself pregnant, is a burden you're carrying. Except if you're distinct and clear psychic way, you can actually dream.
Wait. Hold up. Repeat that. If you're carrying out what? If you're what?
If you dream you're pregnant, it usually falls for a burden. And if you dream you push out the baby, it usually means you get rid of the burden. At least that is.
All right, so wait, hold up. Okay. So we hit it. I dream I have a big belly and I have a big belly. So that means I have a burden then.
No, your belly might be big and real. With the casket, I'm sorry.
No, but also, you have to, in the dream, when you dream of the baby,
right?
Very important, whether the baby is healthy or not. It's very important.
Yes, very much. That's true. That's true. Dance with Flavors, I don't read your message there. This is me, sweetie. If I doubt very much, but again, you are very skilled in your spirituality. And if your spirit, your Shakti does lean to that direction and, you feel it is there, I don't have to tell you what to do. You know who you have to go through. The individuals I would say that you lean on, that guides you properly. You go to them and you fix your situation. Right? I know the kind of person you are when it comes to spirituality. So you know who to go to fix that particular situation.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Dance with the Flavors. I'm talking to Dance with because she says it looks like trouble ahead. So I know that she's very strong in spirituality. So I told her that if in her spirit she knows that it might be something of a factual nature, that might be something that is inauspicious, she knows who she has to go to. Right? She knows who she has to go to. So that I don't have to tell her. She's that brilliant of a person. I have sat down with her. She is very sharp, very, very sharp. She's a very humble person for who have met her and had discussions. She is very, very, very humble, very kind. She is what I may call grassroots. She's a grassroots person, very down to earth, very kind, sweet, whatever, and so forth. So yeah, and she's very knowledgeable. So I will be ending the live in, let's say, by 9 p.m. All right. So if anybody got more questions, they can ask. Tell them you're not stubborn. Okay, you really want. Okay, fine. You're not really stubborn. You're a little chanchal, a little puhar, hard-headed, that kind of thing. But you ain't stubborn.
Dancer with Flavors, you just gonna take that, girl?
Because I was supposed to, I appreciate you calling me stubborn and puhar.
Oh my god. Well, listen, at least you're not talking about me right now. Let me shut up.
Sorry, Pua. We do apologize. I don't like to disrespect the elders, Pua, so I wouldn't say such thing about you.
Oh my god, please.
Oh my god, yeah, elder.
I'm screaming.
That's like your mother, big sister.
Oh my god.
Can I ask you 2 questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's kind of like an interview type of thing.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. What are and I know they're kind of cliche questions that people always ask, like in interviews and stuff. But you know what? I don't know why it came to my mind. If it came to my mind, it's for a reason. What are your 3 biggest strengths?
What am I 3?
Yeah. No, you believe, not what people believe. what people see you as, what you see yourself as.
Oh, so my three biggest strengths.
Mm-hmm.
One would be my appetite.
I'm
That's
sorry?
for sure. One would be my appetite.
Your appetite.
That's for sure. Right? That is for sure. Right? So it has that. The other would be my knowledge that I hold. The knowledge that I hold via the different scriptures, and to be able, and having that knowledge, and I could break it two ways: having the knowledge and having the capacity and the ability to be able to have dialogue, right? To have dialogue with many people from different facets of life, different walks of life, and whatever, to have communication like what we're having now. So you have that. The other one, the third one, which is also one of my great strengths, but also my weakness, which a lot of people have taken
Now, don't
advantage
go
of.
into your weakness. Don't go into your weakness. 'Cause that's my
I
third-
know,
that's
no,
my
I can
second
know.
question.
Well, one of my strengths is also my weakness. So it would be my heart, the aspect of caring, and I might be caring a little too much, and people get to realize like this when we started alive, that I was pissed off at other Hindus for more or less treating people with disgust and disdain and not allowing people, some sort of space and whatever. That isn't it, whatever. So I have love for people, and I love to see people, achieve their goals, get where they have to get, reach where they have to go. But also it's a weakness to me because why? It does hinder me up to that point, and some people have tried to use it against me. So in that aspect, one of my greatest gifts or powers or strength is also a weakness to me. But it's not a burden. It's not a burden to where it's I look at it as a flaw. It's just life.
Beautifully. The appetite, I agree with you on that one. I love food.
No, well,
Oh my
I was promised when I was going Canada last year, somebody was going to cook hasa. They was going to make fried and a roti. I was going to get dal and rice with bhaji and whatever, but it never happened. So.
It never happens.
Never happened. It never happened.
Oh.
The person realized he kind of appetite I have, and they realize, okay, they didn't have enough food in their house to feed me. So, what are you going to do?
Well, one day it will.
Yeah, true. All right, true,
Next
Sika.
time. Now, I'm sorry. Somebody. I'm sorry. Somebody.
No. Well, finish your questions, and then Trusika will ask his thing.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
no, I
please
was
go
gonna.
ahead, Jackie.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I was just going to ask a second part of the question, which
Go ahead.
is the second part. What are your three weaknesses that you perceive, that you know? Because you're an older man, just like me. Because I'm a
Gosh, gonna hold.
We are. We're probably about the same age. Trust me. I just sound.
I still have milk in my face. 'Cause I drink milk today. I may have some soft spot, but
I have Jackie 1999, but I wasn't born in 1999.
I was born 1980.
1980?
Yep, 2nd of July 1980. I'm a Cancer. I
Oh,
am
so
an
I'm
80s
older.
child.
So I'm actually older than you.
No, small thing. So my
So what are your
weakness.
three? Yeah.
What's your weaknesses? So one would be my weaknesses. One of my weaknesses again, which is also my strength, is my heart. So that because it's something that, as much it has endured pain and hardship, it hasn't changed. It hasn't hardened, and I love that it hasn't. So that my third weakness is not having a lot. Still struggling with self-esteem. Still struggling with self-esteem to some extent, which people might find, wait, you're struggling with self-esteem? Yeah. Growing up, I had low self-esteem because, you think yourself is the ugly duckling. And sometimes, I still kind of struggle with that somewhere, which is kind of odd, but it is what it is. But it's not as predominant as it was before, because when I became Tantra Child, knowing that what I chose, a way that I use that in psychology, is doing what I do here. Meaning I'm not going to stay behind a picture and just talk, which people do. I chose that, okay, I am going to be on the forefront. You're going to see me. You're going to resonate with me. It's either you like me or you don't. That was it. So that was one way I was trying to deal with that low self-esteem aspect. My next weakness is that somewhere in my conscious and subconscious, I believe that I'm not doing enough. I believe I'm not doing as much as I should, and that I need to do much more. And a lot of people have said, like, no, Tantra Child, it's like you're doing so much, you're doing so much at this time by yourself than other people are doing collectively, and you're doing way more. And it's like, no, you don't need. Take your time, go with your stride, and do your stuff. You do not need to push the envelope more than it is, because why? You're going to burn yourself out. You need time for yourself. You need time for recreation and do whatever you do. And, everything will more or less work out. But for me, because of what I see daily on TikTok and other social media platforms where people are suffering, people are more or less choosing to unalive themselves, and no one is being there to listen to them, give them a reason to believe, to breathe once more. That for me is that I need to do as best as I could to be able to get the attention of these individuals, that I need to sit. And for me, it doesn't matter if you're calling me 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock, to whatever time. You can wake me up about an hour before I go to sleep, before I go to work, and I'm talking with you. If that is the time I need to talk to you, to be able to more or less assist or just to listen, that is what I do. My purpose, I have said this a million times, my purpose is to serve, not be served.
That is so beautiful. And I will just leave it at this. There's a lot of people that have a lot of knowledge, so much knowledge, but there's very few people that actually can step up to the panel and actually speak so eloquently and intelligently, and not have that fear, and to help other people on whatever panel it is, whether it's TikTok, or whether it's on in the school, whether it's a motivational speaker. It takes a lot of guts. It does.
Yeah, it takes a lot of guts. But
so like in the English language, like the Americans say, kudos to you. You got brownie points.
No,
You got brownie points.
No, but the main thing is that I'm really trying to outdo Avita right now, because Avita does speak with a lot of, a lot of convictions. Sometimes I think she has more balls than me, so I'm trying to keep up now. I try to keep up to that point now, that kind of thing now. I may have the size of orange, she had the size of bear fruit and these other stuff, so it's intimidating now.
Oh my.
That's good. It's good. That's good. Good to have somebody to challenge.
Yeah. See, true. She looked like she could body slam somebody, and I don't want to volunteer for that.
Me?
That's so funny. Oh my God, LOL.
All right, Trusika, what was your question?
My question is, working with entities within the realm of spirituality, you start experiencing things. They try to speak to you, your ears ring, they try to communicate with you. And personally, I've experienced these vibrations, and it all comes and accumulates in the center of the forehead. And it can be a really painful experience when that happens. How do we... Obviously, this is a sign that you're not ready yet, and there's some things that are lacking. In your personal opinion, what do you think needs to be worked on?
All right, so let's go back a little. So for everyone, when a entity or a deity or a spirit or something, some sort of energy is trying to communicate with you. For each one, it would be different. Sometimes, as you said, that you're getting that tingly feeling on your forehead where your third eye is supposed to be. For some, it would be via dreams. For some, they can feel the presence. If they're sitting and doing meditation or whatever, they could almost feel as though somebody is sitting next to them, behind them, or in front of them. An aspect, the energy is not intimidating, but yet it feels normal, safe, but yet it's something that they're not necessarily accustomed with. So for everyone, it's different in nature. So when the energy is trying to communicate and is not happening, it's almost like somebody's trying to talk and you're seeing their mouth move and you're not hearing. Or somebody's trying to touch you and their hand is going straight through you, whatever. This is our indication that, okay, your spirituality is not up to par, right? Your spirituality is not up to par, where communications is at that level, meaning you're not vibrating to that level where you can hear them, or almost like literally hear them, like someone is speaking, like how I'm speaking to you, or you can literally hear them in your you can actually hear their thought, hear them speak to you in your subconscious. So this is where if you go to spiritual teachers or guides, your guru, whatever it's not, they would advise you to do devotion to that particular deity by doing japam, which is repetition of mantras, doing abhishekam, which is spiritual bath, not just to yourself, but to the particular deity, making offerings of incense, which is doing arati, offering a light. And these are, so means you're acknowledging them in your life already. They have entered into your realm, into your space. So you're acknowledging them and you're trying to more or less make them feel welcome, which will more or less aid now with you doing these rituals. It's conditioning you and fixing that more or less that area to be conducive wherever you are in your home or whatever, to be more conducive. So it's almost like it's almost like you have those old-time transistor radio with the dial, and you have to turn it left or right, or what we used to call center the radio, center the station, so you can hear clearly. So by doing the rituals, you're centering in the dial so that now you can tap in or tune in to the vibrations of the entity to understand, to feel more, and whatever, and listen to what it is they're trying. Because sometimes they come for a reason, be it good or bad, or they come for a reason or a season. So it depends on what it is. You will know. Sometimes you'll be able to communicate them in your subconscious. Sometimes you will be able to communicate them within your dreams. Sometimes you would be able to see them. You would literally see them walking in your home and they will sit with you. They will sit with you. You will see them with your bare eyes. People have stated that they have seen these individuals. I have sat with people from Hinduism. I have sat with people from the aspect of Orisha, not necessarily Vita, but I have sat with people that who from the Orisha faith, where they have had they have had experiences of sitting with energy entities of Hindu and Orisha and had conversations. So you have to work on it. If you are getting a tingling, now I like you talked about your forehead, your third eye. Now, if you're having that particular, that could be a few things. One, your third eye is ready to open, so you have to concentrate on that, and you have to be careful when you're doing that. Because why? If you're not ready to see things that you're not ready, that you cannot cope with, don't open it, because you're going to see things that you don't want to see, and you'll have to accept things that you don't want to accept. Because for some people, it's easier to go to sleep with a lie than to be awake with the truth. It is very difficult. And then seeing things that you don't want to see, like wayward spirits, different aspects of creatures that walk upon the earth, both in daylight, both in night, that you have never seen before, that are very unhinged, that is very, very scary and ugly, that the sight of them, you lose control of your senses, meaning you could mess yourself or pee yourself. So there's a lot of stuff. And when your third eye is open, you have to maintain it. You must be able to have control to close it when you need to. Because if it's open, you're not going to rest easily. So if you're having that aspect of your third eye, So with your forehead, it's not necessarily that. It could be somebody's trying to tell you, okay, you need to open it, and you need to do the appropriate rituals and rites and the meditation, and you have to do that. But please ensure that your rest of your chakras are aligned. Now, your chakras are always active. Some might be overactive and some might be underactive, which you'll have to figure out, right? And there are ways to do that. But always make sure your chakras are aligned. A lot of people I see on social media, they just want to open their third eye without connecting everything else. Can you more or less, can your head function without the rest of the body? No, it cannot. You need to be connected to the rest, because there are certain things that the body has to feed. The way blood and all the different nerve endings have to be connected. So if your rest of your chakras are not aligned properly, you are going to have them, because your third chakras is almost as considered. If you're going to the gym, you have to work from your legs, go up to your upper body, your shoulders, wherever. You have to be strength, because if you just work on one, you're going to be in balance. You're going to be in balance, and your body is going to pay the price of it. So if your chakras are not fully aligned properly, and you open your third eye, you're opening a vortex that you're not ready for. You're going to strain yourself, both mentally, physically, spiritually. Because you will not have, if your chakras are not fully aligned, you will not have enough spiritual strength to close your third eye. And that in itself you might be able to go insane, because what you're going to see or be exposed to. And if you think that I am not talking the truth, you can ask Evita. She would confirm this. There's my friend in the comics who is Soul's Journey. She is a person that deals very much with chakras alignments and whatever, and she can tell you that, because she's very much skilled
What
in
I
that
can
knowledge.
share with my personal experience in my early stages of when I was tuning in and tapping in and meditating and stuff, according to the level of your spiritual gifts, it may come in more vivid than some. Everybody will get the same level. And definitely, if you're not ready, you could be scared, because I remember, I've been spiritual my whole life, but when I started to go deeper, like at 5:55 in the evening, I'm meditating for a long period of time, synchronism for 5:55 in the morning, I get up early and do a period of meditation and prayer. And I remember distinctively that I get off my bed at a particular time, it should be like about 4. And I'm hearing loud in my ears as though I'm hearing a temple with men humming the word. I get in that waking me up, distinct and clear. And there was another event where I was in the room light was off, but it was a master room where the bathroom is connected, because everybody was a master bedroom is. So the light in the bathroom is on, so it's emanating my light in the room, and I'm laying on the bed. And, this, as my body was shut down to the bed where I was unable to move. And I'm seeing, now remember, if light gleaming into a room that have no light and somebody standing there, you would see the silhouette of them, but you can't see the face because they face in the dark, right? And I saw this goddess, like, I kid you not, it was a female. It looked like an Indian goddess, because she had like this kind of crown on the head, and it's not snake, but you can know it's a gold crown, and it have like these things swerving coming out, and she was gliding, coming with her hands and a kind of flowing with the. And when I see that clear as day, and she coming to me, I was like, no, I don't want to hear nothing, because I don't know you're coming to give me a message. And that is how I was in my mind. I was panicking on that bed until while she come closer on the bed sink. I keep saying it till I dismiss it. There was also another time I was playing this particular chant. It's a nice chant. If you play it for 21 days, it will help heighten certain things. And I remember this thing, laying on my bed, and soon as I closed my eye, I saw like this ball of fire in a spiral form, and this face was coming through. And I was like, no, I don't want to know nothing, literally. So like until you get comfortable, it's a period of time, and you take like a slower pace where you gradually work into it, you can get kind of scared at the impact of how it will come. As I say, everybody gives us different, so it may be more intense to some and not as vivid to some, because everybody gives us different levels. But you definitely had to take your time, and you definitely had to be willing and ready, because as he said, if you're not ready and if you're not at that confident and stable, grounded, fixed level, when it does start to come true, you remember, you're not anticipating or predicting how it would. You have no control there. You would only know based on your gift, right? It may actually scare you. Yeah? But don't let it deter you. I would just tell you, go slower, but definitely embrace it.
No, and she's correct, because there are situations where spirits, boots, passage, all these different all these different things that are lurking, they can tell if you can see. Because why? If you don't have your third eye is not open, you're not going to see what is right before you, because your face expression is not going to change, because you're not seeing something in front of you. So something could be staring at you bluntly in your face, and you don't know. But when you are able to see, and your face expression changes to where the other where the entity realizes, wait, you see me, that's a whole different ball game. Right? That's a whole different ball game. What you have to be aware of too, your third eye is almost like a homing beacon, where spirits and ghosts and whatever would be aware that you have your third eye, because it gives off a ping or aura to where they will seek you out. Because sometimes individuals, some wayward spirits, or souls that have not rested, has not rest in peace, they have not transitioned from good, or let's say from normal stage, to where they become wayward and unhinged, and something that is more or less ghoulish or ugly, that you need to more or less destroy, or whatever you need to do with different rites. They will come to you, because they have to more or less release whatever is in their conscience, whatever is stored in whatever memory that they may hold. They have to come and tell somebody, and until they can relate that particular message, they don't rest. They are not easy. They are uneasy. And if they realize that you could more or less see them, they will come to you to try to interpret. But this is what you are seeing them, but you cannot interpret. You're not hearing, because why? There may be a flaw with your chakras.
I agree heavily, Tantra Child. And the way you're saying that they are drawn to you like a beacon, I describe it as moths drawn to a flame when I talk about it.
Yeah. So these are things you have to be careful. Now, I'm going to say something that may be controversial here, and please do forgive me what I'm going to say here, because some people may not agree. I have seen, listen, Laura, when I finish, you'll get your follow-up questions. I have seen on, not TikTok, but on YouTube, where people are stating you can align your chakras or open your third eye by listening to a sound or a song at a particular hertz. Now, honestly, I have never tried it, and for me, that's kind of wishy-washy. That's kind of like primitive in aspect. That's kind of childish, because the sages, the Brahmins, and the different enlightened souls, they work their ass to sit down in meditation for years upon years upon years and do rituals to perfect the art of what we learn via the different Upanishads, the different Puranas, the different Tantras, and whatever. And nowhere they said, well, you can listen to a sound or a mantra at a particular hertz, and that's it. If it was that easy, then everybody's chakras will be open. Everyone would be aligned, and everybody would be able to see spirits or see beyond their sight. Everybody would have been able to do that. That is, for me, is you're setting people up for a fall. Because if you are able, and I'm not saying tones and whatever at certain hertz will not be beneficial or not cannot do anything, if or when they're able to do it, you might be more or less leading people to open portals and open doors that they cannot close. And if they cannot close these doors and portals, whatever seeps through these doors and portals is not planned to go back willingly. Because if the people on the other side get to realize, okay, I could come through here, I'm not going to go back there. and they're going to stay. And that in itself causes a lot of rift. That in itself causes a lot of hindrances. So you have to be careful when you are seeing people stating XYZ to do these things. You have to more or less study, research, see how they have been doing this. If they have a legacy of achievements, they have done it, see what are the reviews and all of that. I'm not saying that it has to go according to book right through, but yet still see and what is their legacy, how long they have been doing this, and who has done it before, and what was the result of it. Now, if it's been done, what might work for me may not work for you, and vice versa. Where it might be a shortcut for one person, it might be you have to go through the whole aspect. You might have to go through everything tediously. So you have to be concerned with that. That is why you have to research everything, what these people are doing, how they're doing, what are their traditions, what are their actions, who trained them, who was their guru before you, what is their train of thought, what is their school of thought and training. This is what you have to be careful. And I'm going to say something here that everybody's going to agree here. In the world of spirituality, this is not Dolly House. You cannot just play when you want and then put down your stuff and, okay, I don't want to play anymore. No, this is not Dolly House. This is not fun and games that you play in school.
I have a video to make, but I just wasn't too well. Some little pain, so I said when I clear up this week, and I have to. Because you just happened to say something that I was going to discuss. Right. I have a client who brought her daughter, right? Because she said she's ready to push you in the madhouse. People don't understand that while some persons carry gifts, some persons' minds are fragile, gentle, and some are strong. The ones that are strong are able to be more tolerable to attacks or negativity than the ones that are fragile. So that is the first thing that has to be understood. And next thing has to be understood. And not every word you're seeing that telling you connect to spirit guides and God. So she's listening to hurts. I said, let me see the hurts you're listening to. Connect to spirit guides and gods. I say, you know, there's good and bad gods, and there are good and bad spirits, and you know, good and bad spirits is the guides, right? I say you should not be listening to this hurt. When this girl started to have weird behavior habits, where she started to drink, she telling me how she's seeing red and she feeling she energy draining, and the things that she was explaining to me, I said, you went into this connection to able to get down. She started scripting. I say, and you made yourself vulnerable. I say, and where you are, energies could be however far they're going to pick up on you. I say, you did not do proper protection within your space when you are entering to these level of things. I say it is important to ensure that where you are going to provide your setup to be able to be making these connections, that space is actually cleared and protected and grounded, so that nothing that is unwanted could seep in. I say you have got a parasite connection energy on you that start changing your characteristic to all these mad habits that your mother is describing that you were not doing all the time. And that red flashing light you see and the draining experience you are having, and then she talking these mad things. I said that is the negative energy that is attached to you. I say now you have to go through a period of fast and clear, and then you need to clear your home and space. And when that has completely flushed from your system, you have to do the right thing and start over, because when I scan her, she's actually very fragile. She's a gifted child, but she has fragile in her mind and her spirit. There's a gentle fragileness about her that if she doesn't do proper grounding and proper structures of protection, she can easily go mad, which is what's expected to happen to her.
All right, cool. All right.
Do that.
All right, cool. All right, Alyssa, ask your question, and then I'm going to go to Jordan, to Robin, because she got a question too.
I wanted to ask, earlier on in the discussion, you had touched on a topic of, it was talking about being guided in your dreams.
Right.
And so when it comes to interpreting those dreams, ones where you're being guided, would you advise trusting our go-to, traditional way of interpreting dreams, or trusting an instinctive, more like intuitive interpretation of the dream instead, in this regard, when it comes down to this situation?
All right. So to answer that appropriately, it can go either way, because you have to be concerned. We can have dreams, but is your dream organic, or did we manifest these dreams via our thoughts and emotions? Because remember, if you're thinking about something during the course of the day that is troublesome or overwhelming, a happy moment, whatever, this and that, however it is, we can manifest dreams that it's like a continuation of what we experience. Be it trauma or something that is good, happy, positive, we can manifest dreams in that aspect of thinking, okay, this might be good. So you have to understand, is the dream organic in nature, or did we manifest it from a physical aspect that it comes into that realm? So you have to be you have to be cautious. Yes, you could go the old Vedic ways and the dreamology and look at that, but again, if it is something that you have been thinking about in your mind that now leaves your physical mind and enters in your subconscious, you have to be careful with that also, because you're going to, I had a dream and this is the book says so and so. Yeah, the books will say X, Y, Z about the dream that you have played, but yet is the dream organic in nature? You have to be cautious and careful where that is concerned. We cannot take it at face value all the time. If you know that you were not thinking about something and whatever, and this dream comes in it, then you could dissect and say, okay, if it is organic or not, and that aspect. Because why? We as individuals, we can attract energies, we can look at things from the physical realm, and we can manifest it into the subconscious that will end up in our dreams that we may perceive or believe to be a message or something. That is when we are, it's almost like having an infatuation on someone.
Okay, so then would you say that if you, let's say for example, you pray to Ma and ask her to give you clarity, and then you have a dream, and in that dream you feel like you experience or see or understand something, would you say that is what you willed it to be? Would you say that you manifested or created that dream based on your own need to bring clarity, or would you say that is on a deeper level of more divine guidance?
Mm-hmm. So if you have asked a particular energy, deity, and so forth for clarity on something, it's okay. If you get a dream, getting that clarity, it's okay. Here's the kicker. If it is clarity, it will manifest itself in the flesh. You will see it manifest before your eyes. Within a day, 2 days, 3 days, within 1 week. You will see whatever that deity or energy has shown you or exposed to you, you will see it manifest itself without any effort at all. What in darkness will come into light, so that you will know, this was a factical dream. But if it doesn't happen in any form or fashion that gives some inkling or idea that it is factical, then it's not as then is no. Then it's more as it is only cultivated because we want it so much that we manifest it into reality that is into our subconscious. Because we want that sign, we want to get a sign, we want something that we could ease our mind, our spirit, that now from our mind, or the energy of our mind, we have more or less manufactured in the dream realm, and we get the dream. But if it is factical, you will see it manifest. Every dream that is there, if it is something of a good nature or factical nature, does come into the physical realm. It doesn't stay in the dream world. It comes back, it comes out. So if it is legit, it will manifest itself and you will see it. If it is not, then okay, that means we cultivated it. Because remember, you pay for it, you pray and you're begging.
That we manifest our own fears, like the fears that we have in our subconscious, do you think that we manifest those into our nightmares often?
Yeah.
Or do you think that we're experiencing something of a spiritual attack?
You could have. All right, how does that? Okay, hi Rachel. Now, our fears can be manufactured, and it will be manufactured because we don't understand pros and cons of fears and how they are generated, how they survive, and how they are fed. Because we ourselves, let's go back to the Matrix. What did Morpheus show Neo? We are a battery, and the energy that we cultivate into that battery, we emit. So if we are fearful of something that is unknown, if we don't know something, it triggers us to the point that we fear. Okay, darkness. We don't know what is in front of us because it is dark. So we fear that it would be something that is not. But if you have experience, all right, Avita, if we have experience about darkness and whatever, it no longer becomes fearful because why? We have stood in the dark long enough to realize there's nothing to fear in this aspect. So based on the information that you have and how you what the way you cultivate it, you can manifest your fears, or you could more or less debunk them and destroy them to where you no longer fear. Whatever you give energy to or power to, it will manifest. Whatever you take away from, it will more or less fade away. So you have that. Robin?
Hi, how is everybody?
Hi, Mama. How was you?
I'm fabulous. So, I have maybe an idea to present to you, because it's kind of this new thing that I'm kind of working on and coming up with as
Right.
far as like, healing and the chakras. And
Mm-hmm.
so what if I was to say that yes, we all need to like align our chakras, you know what I mean? Like clear them and align them and whatever. But what if I said that there was like a healing blueprint for each individual person that would work with your chakras, but in the order that because it kind of ties into astrology.
Right.
And so depending on where like your planetary alignments are at that moment, would depend on where you actually need to do some work at, as far as your chakras and that kind of thing goes.
No, you're correct. Your chakras are connected to your planetary alignment.
Right.
And based on the pros and cons of the different planets in different houses and so forth, be it if you're using Vedic astrology or Western astrology, it does manifest itself in different places. Because if your chakras are imbalanced, you do see red flags.
Right.
Not by just seeing colors, but you will see different hindrances. It does take effect of pain. It does take in the act of having certain body pains in certain parts of your body. It does affect you also where you are experiencing it physically in work. So work is an issue by itself, meaning you're having issues with your coworkers, your boss, not your manager, just on your case. You're trying to save money. So there are different ways to know that, okay, something is odd and I need to work it. So there it is.
Right.
You can look at your chakras because again, we have that. So yes, you're correct. So based on everyone will have a particular blueprint. You're correct. Each person will have a particular blueprint to show them pros and cons where their chakras are and what they may need to work on and may not need to work on, because sometimes your chakras are overactive and then
Right.
some are underactive.
Right. Well, yeah. And when they're overactive, like when you're obsessing over something, that's when they're swollen and they're like oversized. When you're just kind of like anxiety over something instead,
Right.
and it's not so much an obsession, that's when they shrink and they're a little bit smaller than they normally would. They're not rotating the right way. When planets go into retrograde, they go backwards instead of
Right.
forwards. I get all that, but I was just curious as to, because I totally get it. Each chakra represents a different aspect of your body. And when you do feel it in your physical body, that does have, usually there is a resonance to like the emotional or spiritual aspect of yourself too. Like it ties into different parts of your body. So like, let's
Right.
just say if your kidneys are hurting, or if you're having problems with like your sacral chakra, like, or maybe even into your solar plexus, that would be something that you might want to like look at grief or like look into like judgment of self and stuff like that. Yeah, I totally get that. But I was just wanting to, because I'm kind of, I'm creating this new healing method, and it's in the experiment stages right now. But yeah, that's just.
Right. There's
so
an
that's
next thing. You said something that I want to expand on that
Yes.
may help you. Let me see, because they are, oh geez, I think it was under tattoos. Because each chakra is more or less aligned itself with different things where speech and all these different things are concerned. So
Right.
let's go to that.
Right. Yeah. No. So like I can tell. Like so. Let me see. Let me get back over to my desk really quick.
Mhm.
So like let's see. So like your root chakra, that has to do with like your reproductive and your whatever organs, your pelvis, your legs, your feet. It's safety and security, being grounded. When it's imbalanced, it's fearful and anxious, self-doubt. And then So like your sacral, that would be like your lower abdomen, and that's like your
Mm-hmm.
spleen and your urinary tract, your kidneys, ovaries, uterus, and your blood.
Right.
And that has to do with your desire or your sexuality. And when it's balanced, it has to do with like passion and creative, independent, satisfied. When it's imbalanced, you usually have a fear of intimacy or issues or emotional destructive behavior.
Right.
When you at your solar plexus, that's like with your digestive system, your stomach,
Right.
your liver, your gallbladder, small intestines, and sometimes even your skin. And it
Mm-hmm.
has to do with like your personal power. When it's balanced, you're confident, you're joyful,
Mm-hmm.
ambitious, optimistic. When it's not, you have low self-esteem, you're kind of like overcritical, you feel powerless. The heart chakra is with the lower lung and the lymph and immune system, sorry, heart,
Yeah.
the thymus, and the circulatory system. And when it's balanced, you're usually compassionate and loving and empathetic and peaceful, and everything's good. When it's imbalanced, you lack empathy, you're jealous, you're hateful, codependent, you give too much. When you have your throat chakra, that has to do with your throat, your neck, your thyroid, your ears, your respiratory system, your sinus, and your teeth. And it has to do with like self-expression and healing. When it is balanced, you're expressive and trustworthy, honest and loyal. When it's not balanced, you're kind of quiet, or you can be even loud. You gossip, you don't listen very well, secretive, poor expressions, unsure how to communicate with other people regarding how you feel. Your third eye, that has to do with your pituitary gland, your brain, your autonomic nervous system, your pineal gland, and your eyes, your intuition, your imagination. When it's balanced, you're intuitive, faithful, clarity, you have a lot of imagination. When it's not balanced, you lack focus, judgment, you're obsessive, kind of delusions or poor imagination. And then your crown chakra has to do with your head, your central nervous system, your cerebral cortex, your upper spine. When it is balanced, it's connected with universal love and you feel wise. And when it's not, you're disconnected, lack of faith, anger, and ungrounded.
Short, I am, I feel, I do, I love, I speak, I see, I understand.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
I love that you explained each one, because I'm looking at the chart where it's stating I am, I feel for each one, however. And as you're explaining each one, it's there. I am, I feel, I do, I love, I speak, I see, and as I understand. It's like, so yeah. So
And each one represents an element too.
Yes, each one does. Yes,
Yeah.
you're correct.
Sorry, I'll stop. I didn't mean
No,
to
no,
come
no.
in. Just do it.
No. I love that you came into that, my dear. I love that. Beautiful. Like everybody thought I was supposed to end at 9, but again, if I say I'm going to end at 9 and the room has a particular energy, I'm going to follow the energy. So we're going to go where the energy goes. So I love that you came with this, because why? A lot of people, we were talking about third eye, we were talking about the chakras, because they were asked about that, because people are having experience. So I love that you brought in these particular things that they now understand when they're having pros and cons with certain aspects of their crown, their eye, where the truth was speaking, their heart, and so forth. Is that okay? You can question: are my chakras fully aligned? Is it being overworked? If it's underworked, because why? You will have conflicts, right? Let's use the word of the Vishuddha, which is the one for speaking. That one is near your throat. It could be that, okay, you're having conflicts with colleagues, with family members, with things, because the way you're speaking, they're not listening, they're not taking you on. What you're saying is more or less repulsive. That could be an aspect of, one, your aura might be off, or two, that, okay, your chakra is more or less underactive, or it's been overstressed, so it's that strain, and people are not understanding your communication. They're not understanding what it is you're getting out, and you might become frustrated because you're trying to explain something and they're just not getting it, because there is an imbalance. There's more or less the equilibrium is not where how it's supposed to be. So exactly. I love that you explained all that, so now they have an idea and they can look. Right? Is that one, I need a bush bath, or two, I need to work on my chakras.
Well, and plus, I mean, like a lot of people, and throat chakra is like one of the biggest chakras to actually like work with and try to like unblock and like keep like maintained, because you have to constantly speak your truth. You cannot just hold back on things. You'll have throat problems swallowing. You will have a cough. You will have, I mean, like it'll feel like your throat is closing sometimes. Like it's just, it gets frustrating. And so constantly speaking your truth is like an amazing part of keeping yourself aligned, because if you think about it from your crown chakra to your third eye, and then you have your throat chakra into your heart, you have to speak to yourself as well. You have to speak truth to yourself and not lie to yourself with all this stuff that we've been pre-programmed with.
Right.
Like you have to love yourself and be real and accept all of the things, you know? And like another thing, so you said something earlier about people were talking about like the frequencies or listening to music, and
Right.
each chakra does have a frequency, but that's not going to be how you just totally keep yourself aligned. And there's a difference between unblocking and balancing chakras. And I think a lot of
Yep.
people get that totally, like they think, oh, well, I unblock my chakras, I'm good. No, honey. We got to keep them maintained. We have to keep them like healthy.
No, that's
We have to keep
it.
them
Now,
aligned.
I said that is why when I mentioned it, Robin, I said, okay, I never did it, so I'm not going to say it may not, because for me, I'm old school. I'm old school to where the Brahmins, the sages, and the gurus are. I'm like sitting, how many hours I need to sit, what I need to do to build it. And sometimes aligning your chakras could be pain on earth. It can be hell on earth. It is very tedious. And I sometimes give people a description, okay, if you're dealing with the Kundalini, which in an aspect is almost like a female snake, imagine you're tilting an anaconda. Sometimes she's on your left, sometimes she's on your right, sometimes she's in front, sometimes she's back. And it's like you're carrying the weight of yourself plus her. So if she's on one side, you're going to feel the pain wherever side she's on. But the thing is, and how ironic, every chakra that you go through, for me, the first 3 chakras are very simple. But the last 4 are the most tedious, because why? They are more difficult. There's a lot of work you have to put in to be able to reach to that crown chakra. And not because you reach your crown chakra, it's like, boy, on top of the mountain, I reach. Now it becomes more tedious to maintain, because they are fragile too. You can overwork them, you can underwork them, you can damage them if you're not knowing what you're doing. So now you have to maintain by doing your meditations, your whatever that you do, is in yoga, you're doing japam from a Hindu perspective, whatever it is that you do, you have to maintain them and all. But you also have to work them as like if you're going to the gym. You go to the gym, you work the muscle by not overworking it and maintain them healthy. And this will come not just in exercise and meditation, it also comes with what you eat.
Oh my gosh, I could tell you, Tantra, that's so awesome that you brought that up, because there's oils that go with each chakra, there's gemstones, there's foods that go with each chakra, there's the breath that goes with each chakra. I mean, there is so many different things that will go with there's flowers that go with each chakra. I mean, like, and the lower chakras have to do with like your ego self, and the upper chakras have to do with like connecting to your higher self. And so, and a lot of people misunderstand that many times. And even animals have chakras. Some people don't even realize that. And
everything has a chakra, from animals to fish to tree.
It's energy.
One thing, because Alyssa had a question. Alyssa, are you there?
Yeah, so my question, I watched a video by on YouTube from a guru called Guru Pashupati. And in his video, he specifically does a lot of Shakta practices. So I was curious, because he talked about there being a 9 chakra system in regards to the Devi. When we look at Devi, she operates in 3s and 9s.
Right.
And so forth.
Interesting.
I just wanted to understand that more, because he just tiny mentioned it, and it was something that made me very curious.
All right. So based on first thing first, let's put one thing to bed. Most of us have been programmed to believe that there are roughly 7 chakras, which is wrong. There are 7 main chakras, which are the ones that we know of. But there are also, if you're going to check, there are hundreds to thousands of chakras. So consider like a membrane or a cell that is connected by other smaller cells, creating one larger one that becomes the chakra itself. So it's connected So one nerve is connected to a myriad of different nerves ending up to a point. It's a network in that aspect. So there's not just 7, there's a lot. So there are some people that work with that 7 chakra. Different walks of life within Hinduism tends to go to that 9 aspect. Seeing that he was a Shakta and 9 is very auspicious in Hinduism in that aspect, he went to the 9, which is mean the 7 that the other 2 would be between the Anahata to the Sahasrara, the last one, the crown chakra, because it wouldn't be from the Manipura lower down. It's actually from the Anahata chakra go upwards. It will be
Yes,
between.
it would be the Sahasrara.
Right, so it would be between the Vishuddha and the Anahata, and then it's between the Anjana and the crown chakra. So they literally add 2 extras to it. So yeah, I have seen the diagram with the 9 chakras. So it does. Some people go on that philosophy, and then some maintain just the 7 chakras itself, which are the main 7 compound ones, whatever, or the generalized ones. People maintain it, but there is that chart for the 9. Me personally find it a little tedious, but again, sometimes it is. Some people embrace it, and it's a little more easier for them.
Can I make a comment, Tam?
Go ahead.
So like when it comes to chakras, the easiest way, like, because we really do, we have hundreds and hundreds of chakras in our systems, in our bodies. But our chakras, all it is, it's an energy orb in our body, within our body, and it spins a certain way. Some of them turn clockwise, some of them turn counterclockwise. When there's retrograde happening, they turn the opposite way. But when we touch things with our fingertips have chakras in them, and that's the exchange of energy. So as long as there is an action to your energy, that is a chakra. That's like what is doing something. You're receiving energy or you're giving energy, and each point could technically be a quote unquote chakra system. So I just wanted to kind of say that.
No, you're correct, because to add to that, your chakras, you're thinking about your chakras are always active. People say, I don't think my chakras are active. No. If your chakras are not active, you are unalive. Plain and simple. If your chakras are not active, you're unalive. So your chakras are always active. It is if they're aligned. That is the question. That is the main part. If they're aligned and if they're aligned properly. And once they're aligned properly, you do see a lot of things manifest in your life. Right? I would love to speak on this from the Ayurvedic law. Go ahead, Tam. Floor is yours.
Thank you. It took me a minute to get off mute. Hope everyone's having a good night. I was trying to download my videos and my whole homepage went blank. So I'm glad I can even get on live right now. I'm hoping when we're off, I'm going to go check it. Everything that you are speaking of, the soul, is so, it just correlates with Ayurveda, but Ayurveda gives you and breaks everything down where you can put a name on it. And then somebody was just talking about, having chakras in your fingertips. Ayurveda gives us names for that. And it's really fascinating. I've been studying it for 3 years. I've been practicing yoga for 9. And I do a completely different form of yoga now. And what we call it in our healing Ayurvedic practice is we call it putting the dosha back in its seat, because everybody has a different property. Everybody has a different doshic property, and it's their genetic constitution. And so that was why intuitively she was saying that everybody has a different healing plan. But we're taught what we are, what we eat, but we're not what we can eat. We're what we can absorb after we are able to digest. And that includes anything we put on our skin, anything we're allowing through our vision or listening to, So I love that you were speaking on music. It's so powerful. And for anybody who's very interested in what everybody's been talking about tonight, I just encourage you to dive deep into Ayurveda. There's so many gurus and different teachers that have a little bit different view on things, and take what resonates with you and leave what doesn't. But it will just really help you along your path so you can find what works for you. I really love how she was explaining the different chakras. But when we look at it from an Ayurvedic perspective, when we get in deeper for the other ones, we even have, quote unquote, has different names, but the lymphatic system and your rasa, your blood,
Right.
has different names, different pressure points, different foods. But when we are doing a practice, and for example, there are 3 main doshas, 3 main constitutions, vata, pitta, and kapha, which I know you knew this, Tantra,
Yeah.
but maybe people listening don't, or someone on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
channel. But then we have sub-doshas, and everybody has their own combination. And when we're doing
Yes.
yoga, we call it putting it back in its seat. And then, so if we notice we've been a little lightheaded, or we've been spacey, we couldn't find our keys, we know vata's out of place because it's air. And so we actually have a practice where we call it putting vata back in its seat.
Right.
And then, of course, there's foods that correlate. But Ayurveda gives you names for everything that everyone's talking about. And I've not seen any other practice explain it. I felt my body. When I got out of the army, I had to have help getting dressed. And yoga helped me be able to not need help. And then as I went on my journey, I found other things that were amazing. But Ayurveda is, I could just keep the knowledge that I'm getting with Ayurveda. And I just encourage everybody. I have a new book. I have a mini books.
Right.
But the one I love right now is called Ayurveda, The Genes of God. And I'm in love with it. And it explains everything so wonderfully. And it's kind of like the last 3 years of my practice in one little book. So, but anyways, that's all I wanted to say.
Beautiful. Question. Tam, do you know Robin, Soul Journey?
I think we're friends.
Right.
On
Because listening to the both of you speak on the chakras and from where Robin is going to go with it, and then you from the Ayurvedic studies, both of you collaborating with the information you have could be a very powerful and dynamic life. There's a lot of stuff we could learn from both of you, unpacking things about the chakras from the studies that you guys are doing.
Yes, because I know nothing about astrology charts or anything like that. Nothing.
Well, I mean, I would love to be able to like talk with you like offline or whatever sometime. If, I'll send you my number or whatever.
Yes, same. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for that. And I just wanted to tell everybody that, well, can I say 2 more things?
Yeah, you got. Yeah.
Okay. So Einstein said the most important decision that you ever make in your life is do you live in a hostile universe or a friendly universe? And whatever one you decide, you're right. And so the world is at your fingertips. And I wanted to, and I do have, I'm babysitting some dogs and my dog, so there might be, if there's barking, I'll get off.
That's okay. I love dogs.
Well, and I have a very salty old man dog who growls at everything, but he's not.
I have a
verse about being balanced, and I can't find it. So maybe I can come back on and I'll find it.
Yeah. I did read your message. What you had asked. Once you're finished with your exams, let me message me and let me know, and I will see how best we can put something together for what you want to discuss on a live. but I would love to see both you and Jordan, you and Robin, as in Soul Journey, do a collaboration, because both of you are very, very knowledgeable where the chakras aspects are concerned. She from working with them and helping people to align them and strengthen them. You from the Ayurvedic to where eating and the different new endings and whatever. That for me is going to be a magnificent, powerful live. I want to come and sit down and listen. That I want to come and take notes. I want to come and sit down and take notes, because that is something I would definitely clear my schedule for.
Awesome. That sounds great.
Thanks. That would be awesome, Sandra.
Yep. No. I mean, oh God, I'm not going to say, well, hey, you could do it on my life. No. Be it if it's on time, if she has the followers to do the live, or Robin, she comes to you, I will come whatever time it is. If it's 12 midnight, 2 in the morning, or depending on when it's easier for you guys to do it. And I'm coming with a notepad to take notes, because why? These are the information that we need. This is the information we need to gather out there, because people want those information, because there are people having issues and having experiences, and having this information put out there by both of you will help a lot of people.
I love that. Thank you. I just
Not a
want
problem.
to also say, when you're talking about your throat chakra and not speaking up,
Right.
what I've experienced is that also sometimes I want to share my knowledge with people, and I will notice my throat chakra being out of balance. And that actually tells me I need to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
So it can go both ways. You can be oversharing or undersharing. And balance is, for me, kind of hard, because I'm a talker. So that's why I've been so reserved and quiet.
All right, cool.
Wonderful evening. I'm going to stay on, and I'll hop on here and there, but I am studying.
Not a problem. Well, we wish you all the best with your studies. May you ace your exams and, come out on top.
Have a good night, guys.
All
And
right,
I'm still here listening.
No problem. Namaskar, Junie. How are you, my brother? But this is what I want. I love that both of you are able to connect in this aspect, and you will be, hopefully that somewhere in the future, you guys can do a collaboration together, and we can get some knowledge from that, because it, for me, is very profound. It's actually going to add to what I do, so it's going to be a plus for me. But I would love to come sit down, because Robin, I have always popped into your life just to say hi, hello. But I have always popped into where, when you're explaining something of profound knowledge and something that is very essential, I always, when I leave your life, I always take away a nugget of gold, because why? You explain something in a manner that I have never heard other people have done it. You are very simple. You do not try to look for big words, and it is easy to digest and understand. And I loved your style. So, I believe both of you can do something very profound for the community.
Thank you, Tantra. That means a lot. I so much, I receive those things with gratitude.
By the way, you and I, Mom, have to have a conversation, eh?
Okay.
I need you for a project.
Oh, okay. I like projects.
Well, it's not going to be a nice project. It's going to be you and I. It's going to be you and I discussing certain things on our life.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Are we doing checkmate? Is that what we're gonna do? Is that what you're telling me right now? Oh, don't even play with my emotions, Tantra. Yes.
All right, might as well. Seeing that you mentioned it, okay, I might as well make it official. Robin, aka Soul's Journey, would you honor me, my dear? All right. Once Uncle Trump take cares TikTok for us, would you honor me, my dear sweetie, to sit in checkmate to discuss a certain topic?
Yes.
You don't even know the topic when you say yes already.
I'm here for it. I will study. I don't care. I will do it.
All right, cool. But there are certain topics that are going through my mind, and I try to more or less look through the community of who can I choose to have this topic with? Are they going to bring it? Are they going to bring everything they have, even up to the kitchen sink and whatever, and bring whatever? And there was something, while going through your videos and watching your lives and whatever, there's something that's always popular. I'm not going to say it in public because I don't want to give it away. Okay. But it's something that I have always wanted to have a discussion with you. And when we were doing the round table, you touched in it on your story. And I was like, that is something for my Checkmate platform, and I want to do that. But there's one element that I need you to keep in mind.
Okay.
Checkmate is not necessarily just me and you alone. I could bring in a third element. I can bring in a third guest, a second guest, that might flip whatever you and I are discussing on its head.
Okay. I'm down.
All right, cool. We are going to have
I'm
it.
down. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Not a problem, my dear. So I am planning, again, I'm going to see this. I am planning to end the live at 10 p.m. Go ahead.
No. I enjoyed the conversation. I just wanted to say one thing really quickly, and I'll drop. What you suggested that Tam and Robin do was great. That actually led to my question that I was going to ask. Because there's a lot of people out there in the world that don't know about these things. They don't know about the chakras. They don't know about the spiritual realm. They don't know about the things that we are learning.
Right.
So, what do you tell these people? What is it that you tell these people when they're living their lives with misaligned chakras, and they're still living their lives and not knowing what they're doing or how they're living and how to fix things. So, so the knowledge is good, but unfortunately, not everybody's on TikTok.
Yeah, true. That is why my live, as in tonight, is being streamed on 2 platforms.
Good.
Which means everyone who is on the panel and have been on the panel is being heard on Facebook. So if you guys want to say hi to people on Facebook, you guys are being heard. They're seeing me via the next phone, but they are hearing all of us. They can hear the dialogue, how my system is set up. They can hear us talking. They can hear you and I having dialogue and discussion, whatever. Plus the lives that I'm doing, like this particular one, again, organic, because I just came up to vent about something that I wanted to vent in the earlies, and it came into all these different discussions, like how last night one was. This is going to be downloaded and uploaded to YouTube. So for those who are interested in the lives that I do, if you heard about it or you missed it, you can go to the link in my bio, click on the YouTube link. It'll carry you straight to my profile page on YouTube, which is Tantra Child, and it shows you all the videos that I have posted, all the lives that I have done. Today, if for those who have noticed, when I tag most of you guys, I posted up the live with the round table with Pika. It's uploaded today, and I posted it up. Okay. So these lives are being posted on that in nature. What I'm looking to do is trying to get an editor that is easy for me to navigate, to cut the lives with certain information, right, and post the small videos on TikTok and put it in certain places. Also, other modest platforms that I'm connected with.
So what advice would you give to somebody, and this is my last question, I promise. What advice would you give to somebody who doesn't accept this systematic, this belief in the chakras, and the spiritual belief in the higher self and so forth?
All right, cool.
What advice would you give them?
So being a content creator, being a person of spirituality, and Tam, you yourself, Jackie, and Robin, and those who are on the panel who are spiritually inclined, the most you can do is try to educate a person about the pros and cons. The old people have a saying, you can take the horse to the water, you can't make the horse drink. right? You can't make them unless they want. You can try to assist people and enlighten them as if they are willing to receive the information, because sometimes information is difficult for some. Sometimes people are more or less blocked by their own arrogance or lack of understanding. Some people like to be independent and not be, taking advice or leaning on other people. That's how some people are. But in most is that you can try to put the information out and try to help them to understand what it is you're trying to get. You're not trying to break them down or say that you're doing something wrong. That is what I find very tedious. Right? You're going to put the information, try to give them the information as best as possible in the manner that they would understand, because everybody has a different, they have a different wavelength on how they understand, a measurement of how they perceive, how they receive information, and how they understand. That is why my demographics is between the age of 5 to 85. I break things down for a child to understand and the aspect of an adult. But again, people have their choice. They have their choice and their will. Would they receive the information or not? Now, they may not receive it at the beginning. They may receive it after, when they have had some sort of occurrence. And then they realize, okay, what the person was telling me, was telling me, might be actually something I want to look into, and they might go back to it. So you put the information out and you put it in a place where they can go back and get it. That when you have left and gone, they could go back and retrieve the information and they could dissect it themselves in nature, right? So you do that. You cannot force anyone to accept what you're telling them. You can't, right? You cannot force them. You could only hope that they receive it when they need to receive it, or utilize it when it is needed to do, right? You cannot force people. And this is what we face on a daily basis. Attack people are fear-mongering people with information. They have the information, but they're fear-mongering them to accept it and take it, and they have to use it or something else. You're fear-mongering them, and that is not how it's supposed to be. You give people what they would like to have, right? And it's like going to a restaurant. If I order steak, don't bring me something that is not steak and tell me, well, I have to take this along with. No, if I order steak with, with garlic mash and some sort of vegetable, that's it. That is what I want. Don't play, you're going to bring me something that is like pasta or something else. I didn't order that. And you're going to tell me, well, I have to take that. No. Whatever that I seek, that is what I want. Right? And at the end of the day, if a person chooses not to accept, you cannot force them. It is. You can only hope and pray that they take it. If you realize that they are in a dire need of it, you might be persuaded to try to find someone that might be able to get them to listen. You might know a friend or something, or someone that could more or less speak to them about it after a while, so they may listen. But other than that, it's up to them. They make a choice and you have to abide by it. You cannot force people.
No, I agree 100%. Just 3 simple words that you would tell somebody that will never accept the chakra system, that will never accept like the spiritual system that we're inclined to. Just 3 simple words that you would tell them to live their lives with. How? You know what I'm saying?
Never say never.
Just simple phrases, just 3 simple things, because there's some people that are never going to
true.
Believe in.
That. Yeah, I know that. And sometimes it's disheartening that people are so much in need. They're bleeding spiritually. They're more or less dying spiritually and whatever. And yet some people will not take their help. They're so close within their spirit and in their mind and in their own space that they don't take. And it's very disheartening. But again, the most you can do is offer, and as if they accept, they accept. If they don't, you can't do anything about that. They have made a choice, and you have to respect it.
I have something that I tell people that think I'm just on another planet, if I can share that.
Go ahead, yeah.
And I tell, especially when you tell somebody that they're an energetic being or that they're soul having a physical experience, or when I talk about grounding, putting their feet in the earth, and they look at me like I'm insane. But then I tell them, If somebody's heart stops at the hospital, what do we use to bring their heart back online? Electricity, because we're energetic beings. And that is the little seed that I plant. And I have found that it works. It's a very good eye opener.
Yeah, true. Very much true. Very much true. So at this point, I would like to thank everyone who came up in the beginning of life to hear me rant and rave like a little child, because something had transpired last night that I should I say in the wee hours in the morning that I did not like. And it pissed me to hell off in nature. Okay, thought someone was coming up there. Yeah, something had transpired that I didn't like, whatever way Hindus were concerned. So I kind of rant and rave about it until I got out of my system, and then it changed to where we had a very organic conversation from topic to topic to where we are now. So I want to thank everyone who came on and added, who asked the questions, who added to the conversation, and help us to which we are. So from Robin, Nadia, Tam, Jackie, Avita was here, Alyssa, and everyone else, who came in as well. Those who were in the comment sections who were making comments and asking questions also, and we had a little laugh in between and so forth. It was very honest. So this live is going to be downloaded, and I'm going to post it up by tomorrow morning, hopefully, because I'm going to try to download it tonight, and then I'm going to upload it in the morning onto YouTube. And when I do it, I'll post it up. So I just want to thank everyone for coming. Tomorrow I'm going to be live again. I'm going to go live, let's say about 6 p.m. I'm going to be live 6 p.m. Eastern my time. So for those who are living like Florida, New York, certain parts of Canada, I'm not too sure else, it might be Ohio also, or Colorado, somewhere around there. I'm 1 hour ahead. So for those who are in Florida, I'm 1 hour ahead. So 6 p.m. my time is going to be 5 p.m. their time. For those who are in Central, I'm 2 hours ahead to some people who are in Central. I might start up playing off some religious tunes or whatever. I might go into playing on 1, 2 rock music, depending on whatever. And then 7 o'clock, I'm going to do something like what I have, open discussion. This open discussion is, you have a question, you want to discuss them, come up, we can discuss it, and other people will come up, and let's see where it goes organically, and let's see how much we could think, because it goes from topic to topic. It just leads you from one place to the other. So we can talk about all those different things. Anybody got questions, you can come up tomorrow on the live, and you can ask your questions, and we could discuss as much as we could and break it down. So it has that. It doesn't have to be Hinduism. It could be something you're of a particular faith, and you just want to get my perspective about it, how I feel about certain things, whatever. And yeah, you want to come up and have that discussion, yeah, come up and we will discuss. Other people are going to come up, and we're going to just expand the conversation one or the other. I'm supposed to have Checkmate, which was scheduled for Monday gone. The first one is supposed to be coming back. I'm supposed to have it Saturday. So tomorrow I will confirm with Universal Theory if he's up, because I know that he is busy and there's a lot of stuff that he's doing. There's a lot of stuff that he's working, where his work is concerned, and the projects that he's on. So if he's able to do it, he will do it. If he's not, I may seek somebody else, which I already have in mind, to fill in those shoes. But that will be done at a later date. All right? So let's see how that goes in nature. I'm crossing my fingers. Right? So please join me tomorrow night, where I will go live from 6 p.m. and we can discuss any and everything that you may want to, because it's an open mic session. Once you see this and it doesn't say open mic, it's open discussion. All right? So we can do that tomorrow. So thank you everyone who came in tonight. I love you all. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for all the conversations we have. All right. See you tomorrow night. Bless everyone.
Bye, Tantra.
Bye-bye. Same to you.